Good morning. I would like to call the April 18th, 2024 board meeting to order. The time is 9:07. We will start our meeting if you will please stand to pledge to the American flag and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So the Texas flag, the Texas Pledge of Allegiance. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. I will start the meeting this morning with the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission statement. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility, and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration in addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So this morning, I would like to welcome all our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to the board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off your cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the George Herbert Walker Bush Building, located at 1801 Congress Avenue, room 4.300, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. So this is our first time to be in this room in the new building. So we may move forward and hopefully not have technical difficulties, but you know, it's a new facility. So welcome, and we'll begin the board member roll call. Dr. Benton.
Kathy Boswell, representing AD in Education.
Kathy Boswell, present.
Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers. Mr. Chambers is absent. Laura Disk, representing RN Practice.
Laura Disk, present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers.
Maisie Jamison, present.
Ken Johnson, representing LVN Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing BSN Education. Dr. Edwards is absent. Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice. Dr. Riddle is absent. Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Melissa Scott, present.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
Rick Williams, representing Consumers. Mr. Williams is absent. And Kim Wright, representing LVN Practice, and Ms. Wright is absent.
So we have a quorum. Thank you. I know that Rick Williams is having traffic issues and will be arriving shortly. I just wanted to say that our Vice President, Allison Edwards, Dr. Edwards, is absent due to speaking nationally at the Developmental Disability Nursing Association annual conference and sharing her research that has to do with disability education in pre-licensure programs. And Dr. Riddle, our CRNA, new advanced practice person, person on our board is the current president of the American Association of Nurse Anesthetists, and this is his last meeting to be the president of in charge of that meeting, and so they are doing some national work for our state, and we appreciate that. And Kim Wright is an LVN that will be going off of our board. They're currently, the governor is going to appoint another LVN into her position, and she served well over a year in that position when she didn't have to, and we certainly appreciate what she's done for us. So we do have some absent members today, but we do have a quorum, so we can move on. So we'll now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff. Laura?
Good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I'm a registered nurse representing RN Practice. I am from Pharr, Texas, and currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer at Rio Grande Regional Hospital.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice. I practice in Fort Worth for USMD.
Good morning. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I am faculty at Howard College, San Angelo.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I represent RN Practice. I'm a clinical educator at Acute Care Hospital.
I'm Kathy Boswell. I represent ADN Education, and I'm the Dean of the Health and Human Sciences at Weatherford College.
Hi, I am Melissa Scott, and I live in Granbury, Texas, and I work in Fort Worth, and I work at Cook Children's Medical Center.
My name is Maisie Jameson. I represent consumers. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Okay, Kathy Ship. I live in Lubbock. I am advanced practice family nurse practitioner. I do women's health, and so I'm past faculty at West Texas A&M University for 10 years. I just retired from that in the family nurse practitioner program.
I'm Kristen Benton, Executive Director, Board Staff.
John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel.
It's on.
Jan Hooper, Education Consultant.
Beverly Skloss, Education Consultant.
Lisa Donnelly, Education Consultant.
My name is Dusty Johnston. Good morning. General Counsel with the board.
All right. Hemant Macon, Director of Operations.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Good morning. I'm Elise McDermott, Director of Nursing.
Good morning. Tim Sherman, Nursing Consultant for Advanced Practice.
Good morning. Christine Riley, Nursing Consultant for Practice.
Daryl Holt with IT.
Usually don't have the staff, the audience introduce themselves. I'm sorry, when it just started going down the row, I didn't know what to do.
Thank you very much. I thought it was very nice.
Yes.
We have two left. We might as well let
So you two ladies here at the front might as well tell us who you are. They will all be friends.
Victoria Craig, Chamberlain University, Pearland University.
Okay.
Good morning, Tamara Williams, Chamberlain University, Houston.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia.
And, Patricia.
Patricia and Bruce and all our people. Come on.
Patricia Vianis, career executive assistant.
Bruce Holter, information specialist, nursing.
Avi Gimire, IT manager.
Brian Evans, admin monitor.
Okay. We're just kind of figuring out this room and this setup because it is a little different, and we usually, all of our IT people are usually like out here in the middle with us and all. And Daryl, did you?
He did.
Okay, all right. So I don't want anyone to be left out. Huh? And we always are glad to have our troopers here, DPS, for our safety. So thank you. Okay. So let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda? Okay, no changes. Ms. Dis, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda for the April 18th and 19th Texas Board of Nursing meeting?
Yes, and so I need a second.
This is Kathy Jameson, I second.
Okay.
Either one.
Okay. Kathy Boswell. All right, having a motion and a second to approve the agenda. If there's no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, which is Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. So board members, let's review the minutes for January 24 to 25, 2024 board meeting. This is our last board meeting. Ms. Dis, can I get a motion to approve those minutes?
Yes, I move to approve the minutes of the January 25th, 26th Texas Board of Nursing meeting.
Okay, I think it was the 24th and 25th.
That's right.
Yeah, so she's, okay.
Yes.
All right. And so, could I have a second?
This is Maisie Jameson, I second.
Okay, great. Thank you. So having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. So let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only. So
I would like to be recused.
Okay. So there's nothing about anything being pulled off at this time. And so, Ms. Boswell, you're going to recuse yourself from the agenda item 3.2.8F, which is consideration of change in approval status from full approval with warning to full approval, Weatherford College in Weatherford, vocational nursing education program. You are faculty there.
Yes.
And dean of that
Yes.
program of the
Yes.
health sciences. Okay. And we have 8.6.1, consideration of proposal for decision recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 900865 issued to Haley Davis, SOA docket number 507-23-24065, and that will be Carol Hawkins Garcia and Maisie Jameson, who have had some dealings with that case, and so they will recuse from that. Ms. Jameson and Ms. Garcia? Okay. And are there other items on consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? This is consent agenda only. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 3.2.8.F and 8.6.1? Laura, do you want to?
I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 3.2.8F, consideration of change in approval status from full approval with warning to full approval, Weatherford College in Weatherford, vocational nursing education program, And 8.6.1, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 900865 issued to Haley Davis, SOA docket number 507-23-24065.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. And members, please make sure that you say your name and how you are voting. And then also you'll go into board docs and do your voting. Kathy Boswell, yes.
Kathy Boswell, yes.
Okay. Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jameson,
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
myself, Kathy Ship, 4. And the motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that Mr. Williams is here. So how do you vote?
4.
Okay, thank you. And you want to introduce yourself for us?
Good morning. Apologies for lateness, traffic. I am Rick Williams. I represent consumers. I'm from Killeen, Texas.
Rick, we're glad you made it safe. So motion does carry. We'll now take a vote on consent agenda item 3.2.8.f. Can I get a motion to approve agenda item 3.2.8F, noting the following board member recused from the vote on this item due to conflict of interest? Kathy Boswell. Okay, could I have a motion?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I make a motion to approve agenda item 3.2.8F with consideration of the Weatherford College and Weatherford Vocational Nursing Education Program.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Melissa Scott. I second.
Thank you. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jameson,
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself, 4, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And let the record reflect that Kathy Boswell recused herself and the motion carries. Thank you. We'll now take a vote on consent agenda item 8.6.1. Can I get a motion to approve agenda item 8.6.1, noting the following board members recused from the vote on this item because they were on the E&D committee that voted to temporarily suspend the nursing license involved in this PFD? And that would be Carol Hawkins Garcia and Maisie Jameson. So I need that motion.
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I move all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose and enforce suspension against the respondent's license as set out in the attached board order.
Thank you. And is there a second on that motion?
Melissa Scott, I second.
Thank you. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
gotta get my computer up. Okay. Okay. Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia is recused. Maisie Jameson is recused. Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself, 4, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And the motion carries. Thank you. One of the things that I want to do before we move on to the rest of the agenda is just tell the audience that there are many, many records, many reports that are on this consent agenda that we look at before we come in, but they're not discussed. And so even if the schools aren't here, I want to consider the change in approval status from initial approval to full approval, because that's huge for Chamberlain College of Nursing in San Antonio, baccalaureate degree nursing education program. I also want to recognize ECPI University in San Antonio, associate degree nursing education program that went from initial approval to full approval. And then Texas Lutheran University in Seguin, direct entry to MSN, initial approval to full approval. So those are very, very big deals. Schools work very hard to meet the requirements. I also want to talk about a change in approval status, full approval with warning to full approval. So that showed these schools were in the warning status due to board scores and have rebounded. So that's a really big deal. And so that is Concord Career College in Grand Prairie, vocational nursing education program, Dallas College at El Centro in Dallas, vocational nursing education program, Ranger College in Early, associate degree nursing education program, and Southwest University in El Paso, associate degree nursing education program, Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi, baccalaureate degree nursing education program, and Weatherford College in Weatherford vocational nursing education program. So these are a really great opportunity for what they've done and to showcase the work that they had. So we also have a school initial approval with warning to full approval, and that's Howard Payne University in Brownwood, baccalaureate degree nursing education program. So I think they're not here, but I think we should clap for them. Appreciate the work of the staff. You can see that many schools that have had to write self-studies, have visits, and have worked really hard to bring their schools up to compliance at that 80% pass rate. So thank you for the time allowed to acknowledge them. Okay, and so at this time, we will move on to 1.1 on the agenda, which is the Executive Director's Report. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, everyone. We're really delighted to be in this new room. I'm sure we'll learn some quirks as we go throughout the day. One that I'm aware of is that the microphones are extremely sensitive, and the streaming is even more sensitive to sound. So there's that. But welcome. My report is on our website for everyone to have access to, so I will not read it to you. I'll just hit a few highlights. There's an update on the compact, the Nurse Licensure Compact. It is, as it was in January, we're at 39 states and 2 territories, and there is pending legislation in some of the other states that don't yet have the compact enabled in their statutes. So we'll keep posted on that. Let's see. In March, some of our board members and board staff had the opportunity to attend the NCSBN mid-year meeting in Atlanta. And the first day, we'll talk about it a little later in the meeting, but the first day was really focused on a theme of NCSBN that is emerging, which is reimagining discipline. And there was a lot of focus on nurse wellness and how important that is to the workforce. And the day was sort of emceed by a psychologist who focuses on working with healthcare professionals and wellness. And through the day, there was a panel where the highlight was to showcase some of the evidence-based practices that boards employ to ensure that nurses are fit to practice and have the supports they need when they may have a condition that would require support. And our very own Danielle Green, our Assistant Director of Enforcement, participated in that panel and was able to demonstrate how our agency utilizes these evaluations. And that was really showcased as a good practice that all boards should adopt. So we're really delighted to have had her participate. I also want to highlight that one of the publications NCSBN puts out, it's called Leader to Leader. In the next edition, Christine Riley, one of our practice consultants, who's right here at the dais, will have an article published, and it will be, she's become our resident AI expert. The article topic will be nursing education and large language models. So we look forward to that, and we'll be sure and share that. Yay. NCSBN has a program called the International Center for Regulatory Scholarship, known as ICRS, and it offers a full menu of courses that are free to board staff and board members, and really charge a nominal charge for anyone to register. And they're high quality courses. They're hybrid courses, but don't require travel. And they're going to launch a few new courses that I just want to highlight. Recently, they just launched one on APRN regulation. And coming in the fall, they will launch one that really is aimed at helping orient new investigators, called Introduction to Disciplinary Investigations. And then they'll also be launching a course that will probably be a great option for some of the remedial education courses that some of our orders require, which the name of that is professional decision making. So all of those courses are available through the NCSBN website. There are courses on administrative law, there are courses on policy, courses on writing for publication, statistics. It just goes on and on. So I highly encourage everyone to look at those. The next generation NCLEX update, I'll just say that the pass rates in Texas and nationally continue to be really good. Of course, the first quarter when the new test format was launched was in April, and we really saw some high rates. But as the statisticians predicted, those have leveled off slightly, but they're still much above pre-COVID and during COVID. And we'll have a report on Texas pass rates later in this meeting. Okay. Every year, there's a Gallup poll on the most trusted professions, and once again, nurses have hit the top. The only year that they did not was, during 2001, where firefighters post 9/11 were ranked at the top. And then to some state news, the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies has published a number of reports recently looking at all facets of nursing education in Texas, from enrollment, admissions, completion, faculty vacancies, faculty shortage, program characteristics, and they are all available on their website. They're excellent resources. And they've also published an update to their original supply and demand projection report, and that's available there also. Our April bulletin is posted on our website. We're fully digital now, saving trees, hopefully. And we have a number of articles of interest, including one on a new education guideline that Education and Practice collaborated on to look at utilizing more long-term care in nursing education for clinical experiences. see. I do want to mention that after the January meeting, the director for the Nurse Licensure Compact and one of their legal counsels came and provided a 2-day workshop for staff on the compact to give the nuts and bolts of how the compact works and the various reports that we have access to make sure that we're in compliance with the compact. And we very, very much appreciate them traveling to us. I believe around 40 staff were able to attend that training. All right, now the really fun part, staff updates. We do have some new staff, but first I want to recognize Abi Gamire. I know he's in the closet back there. Or he may have gone back to the office. Anyway, but I do want to recognize him nonetheless. Abi just recently completed and graduated from a program called Elite, which is a very intense leadership development program specific to IT leadership. We've already seen the skills that he's obtained through this training and are so proud of him, because while he's doing that and off-site, he's also at the helm of the ship here for everything IT. So a big round of applause. I'm sure he'll pop in later, and if you see him, just give him a pat on the back. Hard work. Okay, we do have some new staff who are here in the audience that I want to introduce that we're really thrilled that they're here with us. First, in our legal team, we have Kristen Schoen. Kristen, if you'll just wave. She began work as an attorney on February 24th, 2024. She earned her Juris Doctor in Law degree from Case Western University and her Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree from University of Pennsylvania. She had previously worked as an attorney in private firms in Austin and as a registered nurse in the neonatal intensive care unit. So glad to have you, Kristen. Yay. Let's see, I don't see Aaron here. Okay, Alyssa Kim. Alyssa, hi. Alyssa began work as a legal assistant March 15th, and she graduated from Texas State University with a degree in public administration and sociology, and previously worked as a litigation assistant in a private firm in Austin. Welcome, Alyssa. And then we have Caroline Livingston. Hi, Caroline. Caroline began work as a law clerk on April 1st. She is a third-year law student at UT Austin and will graduate next month. And she completed her undergraduate in political science at Arizona State University and previously interned for the Colorado Department of Law and as a law clerk at the UT System General Counsel. We're glad to have you. And then we have some staff in operations who are now. I'm trying to scan the audience to see who's here. I don't think Abel is here. Is Abel here? Okay. Well, Giselle Gonzalez, who is probably a familiar face to some of us. We've won her back. We're very happy to have her back. She returned to the Board of Nursing as a management analyst on March 15th, and she previously worked as an accountant over at HHSC. And prior to that, she was at the board for 14 years in various roles, including customer service, enforcement, licensing, and financial services and accounting. She has earned a certificate in management and operation from Austin Community College and an associate in business administration, a bachelor's in business administration, in finance from Texas State, and a master of an MBA from Angelo State University. In addition to her 14 years of knowledge, she has a background in management specialties, leadership, business analytics, and data science, and Lean Six Sigma Green Belt certification. Glad to have you back, Giselle. And then I have one more introduction who we introduced at our last meeting, but I don't think he was here, and I see him here in the audience. So as soon as I can get logged into my computer. Okay. Josue Hernandez, he's here. He was hired as an investigator on November 7th, and he's previously worked as a senior internal auditor and investigator for Smart Financial in Orlando, Florida. He earned his Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from the University of Central Florida. Welcome, Josue. And I'm just going to check in with our HR director to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay.
You got it.
Okay, thank you. All right. So the rest of the report, you'll see an itemization of all the meetings that the directors and the consultants have attended since the last quarter. So we're definitely a busy team. And then beyond that, you'll have some of the statistics that you see, some of the enforcement statistics that are in this report every quarter, and then also jurisprudence exam statistics, and a look at the action our website gets. How many hits we get, how many visits we get, what pages are visited. And that really helps us kind of just gauge, where we maybe need to make improvements to the website, or add more information to certain pages that we know are being visited more frequently. So that ends my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, board members? Thank you, Dr. Benton. It's been busy since January. Thank you. At this time, we'll move to 1.3, which is update on the strategic plan for the fiscal years 2025 through 2029.
Yes, ma'am. Right. Madam Chair, members, good morning. Hemant Macon, Director of Operations. Just to give you a short update on our strategic plan for fiscal years 25 through 29. Again, a brief review. It's a 5-year planning document that is updated every 2 years. So we, in actuality, get about 2.5 years to realize its manifestations before we go back to the table, update it, and move on for another 2 to 5 year period. Some key dates for you for our strategic plan. We noted last time that it is due on June the 1st. The process officially kicked off on February the 20th. We have met 2 key deadlines before our main submission deadline, and that is on March the 22nd. Our budget structure updates were submitted to the Legislative Budget Board, to the LBB. In doing that, it forces us to begin essentially the budgeting, the LAR process, which will begin in the summer. So we get a head start on that, but we have turned in our input to the LBB. They are in communication with us to begin conversations to update our budget component for the 89th session, which begins next year. A big kudos to Abi, our IT manager, and his IT team for completing the IRDR, which is the Information Resources Deployment Review. It's a subcomponent of the strategic plan that is spearheaded by the Department of Information Resources. That is a pretty in-depth, exhaustive review that is done of all IT functions, and DIR in the state sets the framework in which agencies should set up their IT shop. So we gave that a pretty good dive, and that was turned into the state on March the 29th. The customer service survey, Bruce Holter has posted that on our website, our social media, and in the newsletter. That went out on April the 3rd. The state sets forth the questions that are asked in that survey. The survey will be live until the end of Saturday on the 20th. And then its findings will be compiled in a report within the strategic plan. Almost done here. The draft of the plan will be going to our two liaisons, Laura and Ken, and the chair on May the 17th. And so you will get a first look at that, and then we will evaluate those responses from our liaisons on behalf of the board, and then move forward to our official submission on June the 1st. One last point. Again, strategic planning it begins essentially the budgeting process, so we're nearing that part of the year where budgeting will officially begin. So at the July meeting, we will give you an update on the LAR and the budget items that we will be requesting for the next session. All right, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just have to say, Hemet took over in October.
September, yes.
September. He's been very busy. He has this spreadsheet that's like this, it's like past legal size, little bitty print. Color coded, and he's on it. I mean, you can see where he's been, where he's going to go, and what the finished product. So a very good job, besides just learning our agency, and just jumped right into that. So
Thank you so much.
thank you. Okay, we just have a few more minutes. Tim, could you give us 3.1.1, promoting continuing competency report?
Good morning, board members. So Board Report 3.1.1 is known as the Promoting Competency Report. It provides information on available educational offerings provided by the Board of Nursing and statistics associated with registration from the previous 5 fiscal years. There are 2 attachments with the report. Attachment A contains statistical information on registration for each course, and Attachment B lists all courses currently offered on the board's online course catalog and the dates for the board's workshop, our Nursing Jurisprudence Ethics workshop for this next calendar year. Board staff will often refer stakeholders to courses we offer that may meet their needs when we talk to them about various questions and inquiries they have. I will say that our next workshop is June 20th. It's in person. It's going to be at our neighboring building, the Barbara Jordan state office building just across the way. So this report is typically given verbal at once a year. It follows the annual meeting board staff have, referred to as the Annual Needs Assessment and Planning Meeting, where the attendees form the Assessment and Planning Committee and brainstorm ideas for goals for the next calendar year relevant to the C&E offerings the board has, and communicate about their conversations and topics with stakeholders about what their needs are. So at this meeting, board staff seeks to identify relevant goals and perhaps prepare other related resources that may offer C&E that could address some of the concerns that we've identified over the last year. Some of our major goals are to continue to update our workshop, which is always happening, and June will be different than any workshop we've had before. It's always a goal to make it better. Update our APR and scope and prescriptive authority courses, because we have some new resources that can bolster those courses, make them more informative, and perhaps address some of the needs of students that seem to be really interested in taking them. We're also going to look into developing new courses on scope for LVN and RN practice. This report is for informational purposes only. No action is required. If anyone has questions about it, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I think it was a little hard to hear. We're trying to see if we can adjust and help that. I don't know, can you guys hear me? Is that okay? So our staff works really hard, and I've attended some of these myself, and they are really good. And then Tim and their group has even shared some slides if I have been asked to give a talk on updates about the board, and they have really great presentations. So anyone that gets a chance to do that, and our board members can do those as well. And, through your learning account here for the nurses. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And for all the work. There's a lot that goes on, and I like the idea that there could be things that students could maybe be able to attend as well. Okay. I think we're just a couple of minutes before. No, I guess my clock's fast. We still have a little bit of time. So we'll, I try to keep us on track and make sure that we stay on our schedule. Okay, at this time, we're going to move to 5.2.3. It's a verbal report. Please.
Madam President and board members, this is an update about our charge that originally came to our task force to plan a summit for 2024. So we are planning, it actually is going to occur on Monday and Tuesday of next week. It's a 1.5 day long summit. We are bringing together, the audience is over 150 registrants of nursing educators, nurses in current practice, and individuals from the workforce. And the structure of the summit is going to be that we will have presenters present, then some panels to have some panel discussion, and then all of the participants are going to break up into World Cafe style, in which they will have different tables with different table topics, different questions to help come up with solutions for the state of Texas related to any nursing education issues, practice issues, and workforce issues. They'll go through several rounds of the round table discussion to help create those solutions. And we have some DMP students who are taking on a project of collecting all of that data. And then eventually there will be a publication about all of the solutions. We're very excited about all of our presenters and our panels. Our presenters are going to present on things like the outcomes of healthcare with Nurse Tim. A panel is going to talk about the practice academic partnerships and their effect on readiness. Then we'll have a speaker that will speak. He's coming to us actually from Canada. He is an expert in AI, in nursing education and nursing practice. So he'll be speaking. And then we're going to have a panel that will talk about innovative healthcare delivery. And then the following day, we will have Pam Lauer from over at the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. She's going to talk about the state of nursing. And then we'll have somebody talk about the healthy work environment, the foundation for practice excellence. And then we'll have a panel that'll talk about the workplace environment. So we're very excited. We will report next time on how that went.
Madam President, I just want to recognize Elise for leading this huge event. It has absorbed her completely for the past several months. And I also want to really recognize Sierra Williamson, who has handled the logistics without any frustration. She's totally graceful about everything. And you can just imagine trying to make sure that you plan 25 tables of five to six people for these World Cafe discussions, making sure that you have a diverse representation at each conversation round is a little complicated, and she has masterminded it. So we really appreciate everyone's input. The whole education and practice team have helped to develop the questions and the task force, and also our partners for this summit, the Texas Organization for Nursing Leadership and the Texas Nurses Association. So should be a great event. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know it's going to be great, and we had this before, so this is a follow-up, and I think it's just really great. And also, we have assignments before coming and looking at the data from National Council on in their strategic plan as well. So it's really a good overview and makes a difference for practice. So thank you. We just have a great staff. So thank you. So also, while we're on 5.2, 5.2.1, Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee, we have no report. And 5.2.2, Nursing Practice Advisory Committee, we have no report when you're looking at your agenda. And so at this time, we will do our 10 o'clock, and that is 3.2.12.A, South Plains College in Levelland, Associate Degree Nursing Education Program. And Lisa is our staff, and Dr. Hooper. And if you will just make your way here, our staff from South Plains College. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm from Lubbock. We're in the same West Texas blow-in here. So
Bring the dirt to the humidity.
yes. And really it's kind of New Mexico blows over us and comes this way. So glad you're here. Thank you.
Interesting, only one mic.
I guess we just have one mic. We're new at this.
That's right. That's
Okay.
one mic, and it has to be passed between everyone.
Okay.
to be heard.
Okay. I don't know, is Dr. Hooper starting, or are you, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have to swear them in?
I'm sorry?
No, you don't have to do that anymore. Okay. Okay, sorry. Well, good morning, board members.
Can you put that to your...
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that better? Good morning. I want to tell you a little bit about South Plains College. It's a public community college that was established in 1957. The ADN program at South Plains College began offering classes in 1985. South Plains College is accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges and holds a certificate of authorization from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to grant degrees. Dr. Tara Strawn, with over 20 years of teaching experience at South Plains, was appointed to the director position and approved in May of 2022 after an emergent situation at the school occurred. So much of the school's history precedes her tenure as the director. Due to the change in status from full to full with warning in 2023, an in-person survey was completed in October of 2023, and the program implemented many corrective measures. In February of 2024, due to the NCLEX pass rate of 79.05%, the director was notified that the program's approval status would most likely change from full approval with warning to a conditional. And the implications of the change were explained. You have a copy of the program's response to the board report. Dr. Tara Strawn, Director of Nursing Programs, and Dr. Jerry Finley, Dean of Health Sciences, are here to present information and address your questions.
Good morning. Can you hear me? My name's Jerry Finley, and I'm the Dean of Health Sciences at South Plains College. I want to thank you for taking the time to allow us to present our extenuating circumstances regarding the ADN program here at South Plains College and not meeting the threshold that's required in BON Rule 215. Dr. Strawn began as Director of Nursing Program on an interim basis in May of 22 and was appointed Permanent Director in October of 22. The former dean, director of nursing retired in December of 2018, which led to the appointment of an interim director from January 2019 through June of 2019. During that time, a search committee was formed and a permanent director was selected in June of 2019, and the interim director subsequently retired. We had a cascading series of events that led us to where we are today. The new director was appointed in June of 2019 that had minimal teaching experience and barely met the BON requirements for director. The choice was in part due to a lack of qualified applicants and the requirement to fill the position. Unfortunately, the director did not uphold the standards of the BON or the college, and in the end was a detriment to the department that led us to where we are today. Her last effective date in the position was May the 2nd of 2022. The COVID pandemic of 2020, as you well know, placed a great burden on colleges nationwide, and we were no exception. Faculty members in place had no distance learning experience and were forced to teach online in a very short amount of time. As a small rural community college that only taught in-person classes, we were forced to shift to an environment that, quite honestly, was not conducive to our normal teaching methodologies. We feel that in part was what contributed to our 64.29% pass rate for 2021 and 50.65% pass rate in 2022. Dr. Strawn came in and made drastic changes to the program that she's going to address shortly, but fast forward to where we are today. We identified the need for 6 students to pass that NCLEX in December of 2023 in order to reach the 80% threshold required by the board. Both myself and upper administration were very aware of the need to certify grades in a timely manner so the AOGs could be certified and submitted as soon as possible. We as a college and program strive, as the board recommends, that students schedule and take their test as soon as they receive their approval to test. We had 11 students that attempted, again as the board recommends, to test in December of 2023 and could not find a testing site in December within a 500-mile radius of our campus. We had 11 students that attempted. We understand the board looks at calendar year. The NCLEX examination year was 79.05% for 2023. However, I want to put into context the improvement that Dr. Strawn and the program have made since she came in. Our May 2023 cohort graduated 49 students, with 46 of those students passing on the first attempt for a 93.87% pass rate. The December 2023 cohort graduated 45 students. All 45 students passed on the first try for a 100% pass rate. This is a testament to what Dr. Strawn has done in an extremely short amount of time, and the policies, the procedures, the things she has put into place to get this program back to where we need to be. Our 100% pass rate was the first 100% pass rate at South Plains College since 2012. So that was something that we were very proud of as an administration, that she was able to do that. But back to those 11 students that attempted to test in December of 2023 that were eager. They already had jobs. They were just ready to get that graduate nurse off and that RN on. But they couldn't find a testing site. One student drove to Oklahoma City, 600-mile round trip, because our testing center did not have the seats available that Dr. Strawn will address shortly. As you can see, there have been many challenges in regards to the ADN program. With the addition of Dr. Strawn in May of 22, you can see how quickly our pass rate has increased. Our pass rate of the last 2 cohorts have been above 93, and again, with our last pass rate, 100%, which is a testament to our ability to lead this program. Myself, upper administration of the Board of Regents at South Plains College fully support the ADN program and all the positive changes Dr. Strawn has made. We respectfully request not to be placed on conditional. Our concern is the negative impact it would have on our small rural healthcare facilities that depend on us to put out students. Thank you.
Thank you. I really want to
let you know that I appreciate your time and letting us tell our program story today. I also want to thank Dr. Donnelly and Dr. Hooper, who have been by my side, who I call all the time and drive them crazy. And I appreciate them always being willing to be there and answer all of my questions, because it's really important that I know the rules and I follow the rules. And when I have a question about the rules, they're my go-to people. They're who I call. So I wanted to thank them. I also want to thank Dean Finley, Dr. Satterwhite, our president, and Dr. Gibbs, our vice president, for being encouraging and supporting. And I definitely want to acknowledge our faculty, who have spent endless days and nights working as a team to help actually revive our program. They have made it their mission to bring back our premier status that we've always had previously. When I took over the program, as Dean Finley told you, it was an emergent situation, and our program was already in trouble. It was in serious trouble. Our pass rates were at 50%, and we had already had poor pass rate the year before. I can sit here and I can place blame, but I prefer to talk about how we've gone from cohorts passing from 50% to 100%. Even though the board only does look at the pass rates from January to December, like Dean Finley said, our ones in the May cohort had a 93.87% pass rate. Our ones from December had a 100% pass rate of 45 students. So let me provide a brief synopsis of all of the changes that our team has made. We have mapped all of our curriculum to the 2021 Texas DEX that had not been fully done previously. We took care of that. We also, when the 2023 test plan came out, we also took care of mapping that as well to make sure our curriculum was following these test plans and the DEX to the T. We are now making sure that all of our students are meeting required hours for didactic and for clinicals. We identified the BON rules as a team and started to identify what was going on wrong with our program. What exactly was the basis of our poor pass rates? We determined through data collection that we not only needed to be admitting qualified students, but we needed to change our entrance requirements. We increased our prerequisite GPA, and we now also only allow a C in one of their science prerequisites. That was through gathering of data through all of the students to see how they were doing in their med-surg course and if they passed on the first attempt or not. In that, we discovered that if they had 2 or more C's in their sciences, they were not being successful at a 60-40 split. 60% of them were either struggling to get through med-surg with maybe a barely that 77 they needed to pass our curriculum, or they weren't passing boards on that first time. That's why we made that change. We also determined that we needed a curriculum change. As students were struggling with med-surg and with pharmacology that we identified through our mountain measurement report. We have implemented now a standalone pharmacology course through our curriculum change. We identified that students also needed continued exposure to med-surg. The way our old curriculum was, the last med-surg course they received was in 3rd semester. If you had those students in med-surg in 3rd semester in spring, then they would sit out all summer, and then they would do their specialty rotations in OB and PD and leadership, and not having any type of med-surg experience in clinicals or in didactic. We changed that curriculum, not only adding that pharmacology course, but we also added a 3rd med-surg course. So now they have it in 2nd semester, 3rd semester, and 4th semester right before the NCLEX. We also identified that our online prep course that we had that was supposed to be helping them was really not being successful or of a benefit, because all the students were doing was trying to get it done. It is now considered a fully face-to-face course with a highly experienced faculty member who has 25 years of teaching experience, and they come every week face-to-face. And we stand by what we're doing because we're following the Senate bill. It is not high-stakes testing. We are not doing that at all. What we are doing is we do use ATI in this course. It's a capstone, but it doesn't count for more than 10% of their overall grade. They also use a UWorld, and they have to do laundry list, and they have participation and homework that they have to do in this course. And the students that have graduated said, man, that course was hard. Man, Mrs. Bucks Kemper stayed on me, but I passed on the first time, and I'm grateful. That is the feedback we are getting from this course now, and I'm proud to say that I feel that it is a part of our success. It has also been identified that we needed a new school motto, and that is one and done. And that is our motto that we have now and is getting put up on our wall, hopefully this summer. Because what we also found was students said, I'm just going to try the exam, see how it is, and then I'll go back and take it. We don't want them to have that mentality. We want them to identify one and done. You go and you take it that once and you get out. And we've been really stressing that. We have also implemented a formal retention program starting with our letters of success. This is given to each student that has a grade at 80% or below. They get it at week 4, they get it at week 8, and they get it at week 12. We chose 80% because we want to catch these students before they're failing. We don't want them to go over the edge. We want them to stay above that waterline mark. If we're catching them at failure, then we're already too late. So we want them to be successful. So now they know, they get a care plan basically, and with that care plan, they're sent to our retention specialist for academic coaching and test-taking strategies and time management strategies. They can also be sent to our student success coordinator, who has a master's in sociology. She's like a social worker for us, basically. She helps them with money. These kids may be living in their car and we don't know it. She helps them get out of their car. They may be hungry. She helps find them food. They may need glasses and can't see the board or see what they're doing in the skills lab. She helps find them glasses. So she does all of these things to help these students stay in the program. And then, of course, we may send them over to our mental health counselors that are on campus because, as you all know, nursing's stressful. They have life outside of nursing school, and most of these kids in this economy are having to work a lot of hours. We have single mamas with children, and their mental health is suffering. So we send them to the mental health counselors as well to help get them that much needed help that they need for someone to talk to. We've also implemented a formal faculty orientation. The faculty never really had what I would consider a formal orientation. They had orientation, but not to an extensive level. I've created faculty modules on our LMS system that all of them have, and they have a checklist. I've, of course, included the Board of Nursing faculty module on there as well, because that's an important part, because as we all know, we think we're great teachers at the bedside, but being a teacher at the bedside, as we know, is not the same as being a teacher in the classroom. This has been an excellent way to help our new educators learn how to be an educator because of this difficult transition. We also implemented a formal mentor-mentee program. I developed a handbook. It has conference worksheets, and it has evaluation tools. I assign a new faculty member to a seasoned faculty member, and I try and kind of match up their personalities after the first few weeks of them being there because I want to make sure it's a good match. And then they work with them on how do we get into Blackboard? How do we use ATI? All of those things. How do we work in the classroom? So we've had great results from that. As I've said, our December cohort speaks for itself at that 100% pass rate. As Dean Finley said, we needed the 6 students. We knew to hit that 80% because even though our May group was over 93%, I know that the group I took over from December of 22 weren't there. I had not had enough time after becoming full-time director to implement enough changes to help those kids. I feel bad for that. I wish I could have made it one and done for them, but I could not. So on December 18th, our students started receiving their ATTs, and as they were directed, they followed exactly what we told them. As soon as you get your ATT, you get online and you start scheduling your exams, because as we all know, the data shows that the sooner the tests, the better they do. They, used to think that, well, if I just do this, and they drag it out, but we know they're ready when they graduate. However, the students could not get a test date before the end of the year, and that's where our issues began. On December 18th, I started receiving emails. I was actually out of the country for my anniversary, and the students were frantically emailing me, telling me, I'm trying to test before the December 31st, and I can't find a testing date. It just keeps telling me, try another month. The closest testing center to Lubbock is 122 miles one way. That's our next closest testing center. I had students trying Amarillo, Midland, El Paso, Abilene, Dallas, San Antonio. They said they did not have any luck. I had one student that went to Oklahoma City, which is a 696-mile round trip. She tested on December the 28th. As y'all saw, I had submitted screenshots from the students that stated that from their Pearson VUE when they went online, it would say no seats are available, try another month. It does not direct the student to do anything else but to check another month. According to Pearson VUE, there were no seats there were never no seats at any time. But 3 days there were low availability, which they stated they added more seats. Pearson VUE does have the policy to offer a test 30 days within a 50-mile radius. The issue is that at no time did a student receive a message that said, try back, there could be available seats. Even on the website under why can I not find an available appointment, the response is 1, the test center chosen has no available appointment times or is not open. 2, the exam delivery dates are not available, check another month. 3, the exam authorization window is not applicable for the month being searched, check another month. We teach the students to follow instructions to the letter so they learn to follow doctor's orders. They at no point on Pearson VUE website were told to keep checking back to see if seats have been added or have become available. Just check another month. NCSBN reached out to Pearson VUE when I brought this concern up, and they had sent back regarding El Paso, no alerts for December, meaning there was always availability in this market. 2, San Antonio, no alerts for December, meaning there was always availability. 3, Lubbock alerts, 12/18, 12/22, 12/23, meaning the team was alerted, and there was low availability in each time they added seats. At no time was there no availability. It does indicate capacity was being consumed quickly. Midland, alerts on 12/10, 12/12, 12/23. Meaning the team was alerted and that there was low availability in each time they added seats. At no time was there no availability. Again, it does indicate capacity was being consumed. That's the statement I received. We did have one student that was able to test, like I said, on that 12/28, going almost 700 miles. We ended up having the 11 students who tried to find testing dates but could not. Why would a student drive all the way to Oklahoma City, 700 miles round trip, if there was availability in her own town? That's the question I'm here to ask. Why would a student do that, if being the cost, the time? We point this out because students, if they had been available to test before the 31st as desired and as we encouraged them to, there would have been a possibility of our program not being put on conditional status, especially since we had a 100% pass rate. I know the rule says that we may be placed on conditional status, not will be placed on conditional status. And I'm respectfully asking that all these factors be considered in this unique situation, as all these 45 students from December did pass, and it would change our pass rate. My understanding is that this hearing is to listen to why we are in this situation today and what our action plan is to improve our program and meet the 80% passing threshold. According to the information I have gathered during conditional status, it gives us that time to implement the action plan that we've developed to help resurrect our program. Our situation is a bit different, I feel. When I took over, I did not wait for the ceiling to fall out. I was proactive. I worked with administration and faculty to identify early what the issues were, and I started changes in implementation immediately as we were sinking quickly. We were on the Titanic, broken in half, sinking in cold waters, and we did not get on the lifeboats, but determined how to raise our ship because our community needs our program. It needs our nurses. I ask if the purpose of conditional status is to give a program the time it needs to implement the plan of action, what else can we do? We have already proven the last 2 cohorts have passed at 93.87 and 100% that our plan of action is appropriate and does work. If we're put on conditional status and you do not allow us to take a January cohort, then what is the point of conditional status, as we've already made all of the changes and have already completed all implementation? I ask that you consider, as the rule states, that you may place us on conditional status, not we will be placed on conditional status. If you only look at the pass rates and nothing else, then why not write the rule as will and not as may? My guess is because sometimes you must look at a program as a whole and not just look at just the pass rate. I ask that you look at us in totality and not just surface deep, and that there are many layers to our situation. I am respectfully asking you to consider leaving us on warning and allow us to continue to prove that this plan of action is appropriate and that we will continue to be successful, as nothing would be gained from putting us on conditional except to not get nurses into our community. I thank you for your time.
Dr. Hooper, were you going to say anything?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. So I appreciate the detail and your kindness in bringing this to our attention. I do want the board members to know that you do have students presently enrolled, so that this is not blocking you, it's not killing you to go unconditional. But the thing they're requesting is that they are not blocked from taking more admissions this year. So that's the question to answer. You've done remarkable things in bringing this around. I'm amazed. I've been taking notes because I want to tell other programs, here's what you can do. So thank you for that. So does the board have questions for
I have a question, Madam President. I guess I missed the part of how we're going to resolve the issue with the testing availability.
We did contact NCSBN immediately when we heard there was a problem, and they told me that they checked all those sites and there were availability. So I don't know where the disjoint is. They also sent us a copy of what they normally give to people who are searching. And it does say contact them, and I'm sure that they did, right? You, okay. Okay.
And that's what the students said.
And that was the test site itself. Did they contact Pearson View?
They got online and contacted them
through online.
another month, and that was what I sent.
So historically, has this occurred in your school?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that I had 2 students that were able to successfully test. I'm sorry. I had 2 students that were able to successfully test that graduated from the December 22 cohort, and they were able to test before December 31st. They did not have any problems. But these students, none of them could get a test site in Lubbock whatsoever or the surrounding communities. And like I said, the one had to go all the way to Oklahoma City to test before December 31st. But Pearson View's response is that on that 28th, there was never no seat available, but she had to go all the way to Oklahoma City. And I had 2 students competing for the site in Oklahoma City, and when the second one tried to go back to schedule it, the other one had already scheduled.
And do you know, I'm sorry, this is Kathy Lederhorn, were they just closed on Monday for Christmas? Because it looks like it's the perfect storm because Christmas was a Monday. Were they closed also on the 26th?
No, they tried to test anyway. If y'all read their email statements, which was provided just to y'all for confidentiality reasons.
Yes.
The students said, I got right online as soon as I got my ATT and my email. Some of them even provide the exact time they got on, and there was no testing sites available whatsoever in the month of December when they received their ATT.
Irregardless of close for the holidays.
Correct.
So one thing I just wanted to clarify. So you said, so if the students had called back, they were telling them, well, yes, we added they added spots.
I'm not sure
Students, if they had called back, they could have gotten those spots. I mean, because they keep saying they added.
Yeah, I think there was two issues. One, you couldn't talk to a human being there. I think it was just voicemail or mailbox is full. The second was when they tried to check a time of any date in December, it said there are no times available in the current date range. Consider searching for appointments in a different month or select a different test center. So that's where the students start panicking, going, okay, I need to get this test taken. There's nothing available in Lubbock, nothing available in Amarillo, so they start broadening that net. And, I mean, we had one student that found a site in Colorado Springs, which would have been great, but they work and didn't want to drive that way and didn't have the money. But I think you're right, I think it was a perfect storm of, we had a lot of students trying to take that test quickly because we had literally just pounded that into them. And when they get on there and try, they're told check back another month. So, you know, the student brain is, I'm going to check back in January.
I'd like to mention also that Dr. Strawn did state this in her remarks, that when a student got on to the testing site, the three things that they were told were the testing center chosen has no available appointment times or is not open. Select a different testing center. The exam delivery dates are not available. Check another month. And then the exam authorization window is not applicable for the month being searched. Check another month. So, you know, with students getting that information,
that's what they're going to do.
Did we have any other concerns from any other schools?
So, Tara, could you tell us how many students you currently have in the program and when they will graduate?
I have 41, sorry, I didn't know I was going to need numbers right off the top of my head. 41 students that should graduate or 40 students that should graduate in May. And then I should have about 36 that should graduate in December.
Okay, and those ones in December may get caught in the same kind of storm, so.
Right.
But you have 41, and then the number that have tested for the 100% was how many?
45.
45.
45 out of 40.
I mean, if you say January until.
If you say January, 44. But I had 45 that graduated from the December cohort. The one went to Oklahoma City and passed in December 29th, and then the other 44 tested and passed.
All of them passed?
Every one of them. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, do you have any students outstanding that have never tested that are going to show
No,
up?
ma'am. I went all the way back to 2019 to check for any outliers. I did not see any.
So you already have a 44 with 100% this year. I'm just thinking you're still going to have a pass rate for 2024 regardless of
Correct.
how this goes. And then you have 41 who will graduate
About
at
that,
a point
yes.
that they will also be able to test without hiccups.
Right.
Hopefully.
Yes.
We knew what we needed to do in December. I mean, we had crunched the numbers. We knew exactly how many students needed to pass in December for us to hit 80%, and that was 6. But we had 11 that tried to do that. So we went into this knowing well ahead of time what needed to happen in December for us not to be sitting before you today. So the challenge was we had those students that tried. This was a response they got from Pearson, and that's why we're here today. But I will say for Dr. Strawn and her faculty, it is obvious the things they have put into place are working.
Good morning, Dr. Strawn and Dean Finley.
Good morning.
Ken Johnson, I represent LVN Education. I just had a couple of questions, some thoughts that had crossed my mind as I'm looking at some of these numbers here. When were these students able to take the test? Because I didn't see that in the packet. I saw that they couldn't find their test. I saw what you had submitted. But when did they actually get to take the test? Because I know that you said you wanted it within 30 days. to maximize?
Okay, so just to answer that question, they received their ATTs. That was what was on the emails in your
Right,
packet.
December 18th.
And they received them on December 18th. They can go on and schedule, and some of them were trying to schedule even the next day. They were trying to schedule even on the 19th.
Sure,
They
but
were trying to get it done before December 25th.
Sure, but even then, trying to get it done before December, when were they actually able to take the exam?
They did not, the first ones were not able to take the exam until January 4th.
Okay.
That was the first time that they were able to schedule. I had a slew of them that took on January 4th and January 10th.
Okay. And my other question is, I'm looking at the size here, and this really isn't necessarily for you because you came in afterwards. But I'm looking at the cohorts, and you knew, or I guess this is for Dean Finley. We knew that we had a problem in 2021 with the 64.29% pass rate. Why is the 2023 graduating cohort so large if we knew that there was a problem?
They were already in the program.
Okay.
They had already started, so we didn't start decreasing that enrollment when we recognized that. Then we started ticking down enrollment. Those students were already in the program when we hit that point.
Okay.
But that is one of the things that Dr. Straw did when she came in immediately. She cut enrollment because she needed to get back on track. So that is one of the first things we did was decrease incoming. Oh, sorry. Not used to that. We did decrease enrollment when we had that first low, so the incoming student population was decreased.
Okay. And these students, before they graduate, are you guys also doing like an overall review, like say like Hearst review or?
So they do the ATI live review.
Okay.
Yes, that started fall of 23. We had a review in spring of 23 as well, but we switched it over to the ATI live review because we felt like that was a better review for them.
Okay.
And it went along with their ATI capstone.
Okay.
So I have a question, Kathy Ship. So your scores weren't good. I don't have it in front of me. I'm just assuming December of 22 to January of 23, or you wouldn't be at 79. I mean, so you didn't do that review in December of 22 for that group?
Right. I did not. I took over in October.
You were full-time in October.
Full-time October of 22. So we had a different type of review that came in. It was the Hearst review, and they came in, and that's what they did. It was the December 22 graduates that, like I said in my pre-brief, it was not. They were not as successful, and I feel bad about that, but I hadn't had enough time to implement the changes. The May cohort in 23 had the 93.87% pass rate, 46 out of 49 passed.
So those December graduated, some tested, some not, or
Only
whatever.
2 tested in December of 22, and then the rest that graduated
passed?
December, they tested in like January, February.
Did those 2 pass?
Those 2 that graduated in December of 22 and tested in December 22 passed, which went on the pass rate for 22 instead of 23.
But not all of the January 23 passed.
Correct.
Which can contribute to.
Because that was still part of before me and not enough time to change.
One more question. The math questions. So when you have your graduating class in May, how soon do you think they will take the exam?
If they do like we've told them to do, they're going to take it as soon as they get their ATT and can skip.
And so you might know your 2024 pass rate late summer.
But I'll have another class that graduates in December of 24, so if any of them get to pass or get to take boards, then I have to wait on them as well.
Madam President, I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
You know, Doctor, and first of all, I just want to, reading through this packet and seeing what you have accomplished in such a short time frame, I want to commend, you know, the effort and the work that you've put into this. I also want to acknowledge the passion that is clear you all have for your program. It seems like you had a very unfortunate window of time come December, and it appears you might have that coming again. But, you know, hands down, the work you have done is just absolutely to be admired and commended.
I appreciate you saying that, and I just want you to know it was a team effort. Every single faculty and staff and administration got their hands dirty and rolled up their sleeves and worked hard.
Madam President, Kathy Lederhorn, I just have a quick, have we seen this, Dr. Hooper? Have we seen this? I understand that it's because of the rural, I can't say the word, the rural setting at South Plains College, but have we seen that with this December ATT?
Can't say we've heard of something like that.
And Madam President,
I wanted to just say one thing. So we changed how we did our months, and it still would have happened the same way when we did September 1st to the end of August. I mean, the deadline is the deadline. And so when people graduate in August, they couldn't get into that year either. I mean, so it's now January 1st to December 31st, and then it was that other, but there've always been those stragglers. Not May graduates are never a problem, but August graduates, December graduates are still at that year end. So
yeah, Ms. Lederhorn, to kind of answer that, I'm not sure we ever hear about those issues because we were kind of in the spot where we were really paying attention to every single student that got on there. So I'm not sure globally if a student or a small group of students has that issue, that it's going to be an issue.
Right.
You know, so.
Well, and it seems to me, I mean, and this is just me talking out loud since everything's mic'd, but I understand the rule is the rule. I'm pretty much a line in the sand kind of a gal. However, I appreciate that what I see, and it's time-stamped, I would take that as the gospel in my line of work. It's time-stamped email. These students have tried. It's pounded into their mind. I appreciate the fact that some of this goes to Pearson View, and I think that is a reality. I, for one, would be willing to have them remain on the status that they are.
Thank you.
Just to throw it out there, which something like this happens, which year did they get to count? Who gets to count the year that they tested? The one that they just finished, and that, you know, circumstances provide this delay, or the year that they actually test in? That, you know,
so
who chooses that?
This is the person responsible for NCLEX. We're going to stick with that 1 year. I mean, what we're asking is there any way we can stay within our rule and not put them on that conditional? You know, what can we do to make it work? That's my position. But I think we're not ever going to change the way we do the whole.
No, and I don't want to change the perfect storm. It's not. And had you guys not been on this edge of conditional, okay, you guys wait till January 4th, you'll be fine. You know, that sort of thing. So that's why I'm saying it's the perfect storm. It's the testing. It's the December. It's Christmas. That's already 1 day. You guys have 8 days to put all those kids.
But so did every other school.
Right.
Absolutely.
If I might, I think everyone's aware of this, but I want to make sure for your decision making, the expectation in the policy for scheduling is 30 days.
Gotcha.
And so.
And they did that.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're not questioning Pearson not meeting their obligation.
Correct.
Absolutely not.
No.
we had the perfect storm, and we needed those 6 students to get in there and take it, and they tried, and there just wasn't anything in that time frame.
And I'm not of the belief that this, and you guys help me with this. I don't want to set a precedence, but at the same time, I think there's exceptions. So you guys help me with that. What are y'all's thoughts?
At the same time, we need to grow the workforce. And I think y'all have demonstrated a really good plan and have implemented some actions that have shown that you can do that and that you're committed to doing that.
And this program has had constant contact with the board and Dr. Hooper and everybody else. So
They're probably tired of me.
I have one comment. I applaud you on Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN practice. I applaud you for what you've done, again, like my peers say in such a short notice. But one thing that I've taught prior to taking this position, one thing that we did, because we didn't want to run into that Christmas, people taking break in Pearson View, not having at a couple of the colleges where I taught the nursing program, we made sure we were done with finals, made sure that we got all our clinicals in. We were done before the Thanksgiving break. So that way it gave time for the 10 days to go do your jurisprudence, to get your ATT. So by December 1, they're already looking for sites.
Yeah,
and because of where we were, they would have had to travel possibly from the south to Dallas to wherever. So we kind of moved our stuff around so that they could complete the requirements, so that they could be done by no later than the Thanksgiving break, because of the holidays and the way that it may fall.
I would love to talk to you offline about how you made that happen. Because we literally had that very conversation of trying to figure out how we can squeeze all that in before Thanksgiving. So we need to talk.
It included doing some Saturday clinicals and stuff to get those requirements in, but we did what we did so we wouldn't run into that Christmas problem, so that we could get those scores in by the end of the year.
Well, and I appreciate that, but as I stated in my brief, I've tried to follow our rules and tried to follow the hours required, and within the way our college is set up at this time, we finished on the 11th, and those students graduated on the 12th. So it was but we followed how many contact hours we had to have for the students to the T.
This is Rick Williams. Just one final comment from my perspective. Again, as I have commended you for, all of the work that you all have put forward in bringing this program back online, and recognizing the unfortunate situation that you find yourself in, a predicament, we still have to remember that we are here because there was a problem that led us to here. Mm-hmm. And when we take into consideration, I would think on what we should do, we have to remember that we have to look at it from the 5,000-foot level. While I would think that because of the effort and work that you've put in, maybe some flexibility, if possible, should be allotted. But at the same token, we have to remember we got here because there was a problem. You've made very valiant efforts in solving that problem, but we also have to go back to the starting block and remember how we got to this position. Thank you.
Throw one more thing in. Strong did appeal that they not be placed on conditional, but stay on the warning status. So that's another. Not representing that personally.
Board members, I think the questions come up about precedent setting, right? you make an exception, is that exception going to be become the rule? That's the question of precedent setting here. No one doubts that this is an awful scenario. But the rule is set a calendar year, and within that calendar year, I mean, looking at this particular calendar year, more than 20% of the people that did test for the first time in that year didn't pass. The third year in a row on that, and now you have these circumstances that are everyone agrees is terrible, and then add to that everyone who graduates a cohort in December, it's a known terrible situation. That's so is this situation with all the equitable appeals the type that deserves the exception, and is that exception going to be the rule because someone else is going to be in the same situation, or they're going to, for me and for what we do and our evaluation of things, you don't want precedent to be used as a sword where people sort of almost manipulate their activities. Not here, but in the future. Yeah. But these are, you asked me what, it's an exception. We, as staff, know the facts here. And if someone wants to come in the future and say our facts are very similar to South Plains, then we can look at that, and y'all can look at that.
Madam.
But the idea that when you make an exception, will it become the rule?
Madam President, I agree, but and I was the one that brought up the precedents, then the language of the rule needs to change. It needs to not say may, because when I read may, I don't rubber stamp. If somebody comes and says, well, we did blah, blah, blah for South Plains, I mean, I've pored over this, and I'm not even an educator, but I pored over this. So my stance isn't going to change, because I think if that's the case, if that's what we're worried about, then we need to change the rule language and just say it's not may. That will happen. End of discussion. So I don't know if that's what. I'm not an educator, so I could be speaking out of turn. So y'all tell me.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I mean, 'cause
with the may versus will argument, I would disagree that it needs to be changed. May indicates that it gives the presenters an opportunity to come and make their case.
Right.
The onus is still on us to make that decision about, is this an actual case? There is the potential to set a precedence here, because everybody's got a December test case, and everybody's going to come in, oh, my people didn't pass because we couldn't get a site in Dallas. Wait a minute, in Dallas? Yeah, it was Pilsen View's fault. Can we pass? So I am not saying that, again, I commend the work that you all have done. This is awesome. And if more programs could do what you've done in such a short time, with such passion, it would be great. But I think that the may is what has you here. And we obviously we're struggling with this because we're still having debate about, should we make this exception? For me, that bar has to be very high, and I still have to go back to the reason you got into this situation was you had a program that was struggling. While you've done everything right to get your program out of this, I don't know whether it's time to bend the rule, and say, okay, just one time, but your work is awesome and it's outstanding, and I want to see you be successful, going forward, because you're on the right track. But I don't know, looking down the road, if I would be comfortable in saying right here, right now, yeah, this is the time we're going to not follow the rule when it's the rules that we are supposed to be enforcing, that we have agreed need to have that exceptionally high jumper to clear. Thank you.
When I came on the board, I didn't know I would need a lawyer at every to sit right beside me all the time. Many of us have been educators. I'm in practice now, but my heart is as an educator. I taught at South Plains College in the first faculty. So that doesn't have anything to do with my decision here. I'm just saying I'm an educator. We have several people who have been educators. We have consumers who are very worldly and have been patients of educators. So I think that's why the governor's so wise in who he gives to be on these boards. I think this is difficult. We are supposed to protect students. They're our public. They're the consumers, and they've worked hard to do this. We're also supposed to train our educators to be the best, and that's why we have the decks that our state does, and everybody uses those decks with us. So I am going to make a motion, and usually I don't make the motions, but I'm going to make a motion, and we will see how the board chooses to vote on that. We do not like to set a precedence. That is not what we do. We do not like to do that. We have rules and regs, and we're very black and white. We also look at reality. So I am going to make a motion, and if I don't get a second, then we will have another motion. And that is how we do our rules. And we'll keep making motions until we have one that passes. For our lawyer. Our other lawyer over there? Okay. So I'm going to move that South Plains College Associate Degree Nursing Education Program in Levelland stay on warning, approval with warning, and based on the review of the situation, the student scores, and those scores being 100% for this group that graduated in December with extenuating testing circumstances. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Kathy Lederhorn, second.
Yes.
Yeah, I need that to do that.
The motion is that they remain on warning,
Full approval with warning.
presentation, and circumstances, presented circumstances. The board docs can y'all hear me? Board Docs is the software that helps manage the decision-making, recording of the events, and there's not only do they verbally vote, which could lead the decision, they also have a manual opportunity to say yay or nay in the computer system, in the software. And we might have heard that was alluded to earlier that these are kind of happening. The choices are on the motion put before each board member on their laptops, as well as their affirmation or statement when they're called to vote. Ms. Fianas Cabrera has control over putting the motion in, and if it varies from a usual motion, there's a delay in putting that information into the system.
I'm assuming there's not a screen. There used to be.
Well, he said that we'll be able to.
Okay, it's going to be stated to stay on full approval with warning based on discussion and circumstances discussed at the meeting. Here we go. Remain on full with warning considering circumstances present important. Okay. Okay. Kathy Boswell.
Kathy Boswell, and I'm going to vote against that motion.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, against.
Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, against.
So the motion carries. We have 3 noes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, because we have 9. Motion carries.
I just want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you all very, very much.
Well, we expect you to continue on and having those positive outcomes.
We won't let you
Staff, for your work.
down. Thank you.
Okay, we are off schedule. At this time, we have to break for lunch. Oh, we have an 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And we have to have a break.
Let's just power through.
Power through.
Let's just, they won't take long.
Okay. Okay. At this time, we'll go to 3.2.16, which is consideration of change in approval status from conditional approval to full approval. I can't even talk. Kilgore College and Kilgore Vocational Nursing Education Program. Is Dr. Hooper doing that?
Yes.
It's 3.2.16. And Jennifer, did you fill out a form for being here? There was a form at the desk. Okay.
I'll go get it. Dr.
We'll get
Hooper.
one of those.
I'll get it. Okay. Yeah.
It's time.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning. Is it morning? Yes.
Okay, Dr. Hooper, are you going to speak
I
first?
am. I
Okay.
am. Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
This is Jennifer Bray. She's here from Kilgore College. And I need to give you a little bit of historical background on this one. I'm sure you've read it. Kilgore College in Kilgore has 2 programs. They have an ADN and a VM program. And Ms. Bray has been serving as program director since 2022. So some of this history precedes her tenure. In April 23, she was here before you, and the program was changed from full with warning to conditional based on a 3rd consecutive pass rate below 80%. Dr. Benton and I made a visit to Kilgore, and then a report followed that. In a previous year, the VN program realized they were having difficulty, and they decided to revise the curriculum. And at that point, they paused the enrollment and didn't take any new admissions into that program. So when the 2023 pass rate came up, there was no data. So you'll notice when you're looking at the pass rate results that Kilgore's VM program has no data, so we couldn't really do anything at that point. Now, when they paused the curriculum, there were a few students still in the program. They were students that were trailing along, and they stayed in the program, and they had the benefit of being under the new curriculum. So there were 4 of them who graduated, and they took the exam this year in 2024. We're not saying this is 2023 data. And their pass rate was 100% for those. And we feel like that was showing the effect of the new curriculum and the new leadership in the program. So board staff is making a recommendation that for the 2024 pass rate of 100%, the program will be removed from conditional and placed on full approval. They have had to cease all program involvement since this went on. And I know Dr. Bray is one of those other brave souls who has stood it out and made a lot of attempts to the program. So that's the story. And I'm going to let her say a few words. She's very nervous, and I'm right here beside her. So, and then you can ask questions.
Thank you for allowing me to come today. I am nervous just because I feel like I've been here multiple times over the past 2 years. A journey just like the previous college. So just some clarification. When I started with Kilgore College in June of 22, there was not an existent VM program. Their last graduating class was December of 2021. At the time of my assuming the director role, the ADN and VN program were on a pathway that merged the two programs together, if you will. It was a MEP, so the idea was that the VN students, should they elect, they could step or opt out at the third level, take their exam, and finish, or they could continue on in the RM program. At the time of my assuming the role of director, the VM program was on warning, and the ADN program was also on warning. So we had lots to do in a short period of time. And so with that being said, the VN program, we did not have graduates in 22. I take that back. There were stragglers, so then that dropped our pass rate. I came here last year at this exact time, requested very similar to not be placed on conditions, and we were placed on conditions. At that time, we had we were not able to enroll anymore. So we had admitted we restarted the program in January of 23. We admitted 13 students, and we graduated 4. That hopefully, I understand, has a very high attrition rate. However, I hope that it displays the rigor of the program of instilling that we have implemented a new curriculum and have put in guidelines and criteria to ensure the success of our students as well as the welfare of our community. With that being said, we are here today differently because I don't have any 2023 data. However, I don't have any graduates that will be coming in 2024. So I'm here today to ask for the exception to the rule as to I'm asking for coming off of conditions and full approval for the 2024. We do have applicants. I've been in contact with Dr. Benton and Dr. Hooper and Dr. Ayers quite frequently. We have applicants ready. They have met our admission criteria, and they are contingent based upon the decision today.
I did want to make it clear that this pass rate of 100% is the last pass rate for 2024. This is it. And the program's kind of in limbo right now, and we feel like they're ready to go back to full approval. Ms. Bray has been a good leader, and I have to say, she hasn't said this, but she's recently promoted to an upper position. So I think they recognize the good leadership. Now, do you have questions for her?
Good morning, Ms. Bray. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate you on these scores. That's no small feat, even if it is a small cohort. Take it 100%.
It's very high stakes.
I think the stakes are even higher.
Yep.
I would say. So I want to congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
How many applicants? Should you get full approval again, how many applicants will you accept?
25.
25 students?
Yes, sir.
Of those 25, how many are going to be returning those 13? Some of those students are going to be returning to that 25?
0.
None?
No.
Okay.
I will also say that our pass rate for 2023 is also a 100% pass rate.
Wow.
Had to get that in there.
I had to. It's a lot of work, Dusty.
So, Dr. Hooper, they're thinking about 25. In looking at everything, what do you think?
I think that's appropriate. If you don't have a decent number, it's very hard to carry on a good education. And Dr. Benton and I have been there. It's a lovely campus. They're fully staffed and fully resourced that they should be able to carry this out.
Any other questions or comments or anything from our educators or?
Again, I want to congratulate you. It's an amazing
Great
job.
job.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to change the approval status for the Kilgore College Vocational Nursing Education Program in Kilgore, Texas, from conditional approval to full approval based upon their full compliance with Rule 214 and upon the final NCLEX PN examination pass rate of 100% for the 2024 students with no possibility of other graduates to test during 2024, as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
Rick Williams, I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and motion passes. Unanimous. Okay, congratulations.
We need to get
Okay.
Get us even behind.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch now because we have to go 2 buildings over. And then we can come back and now 12:15. 12:15. Think we can get back by 12:15. Going over, you know, that line. It's crazy. Okay, so I need to read something. For any online observers, please note the meeting will go offline for a break and a reset on the link to the meeting. A new link will be posted on the BON website. All online observers will need to go to the new link in order to continue observing today's meeting. This reset is to allow and enable closed captioning for online observers. And so it is 11:14 and we'll come back at 12:15. Okay, it's 12:24, and we're going to start back. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. So we are now on some of our fives, 5.3, and the first one is 5.3.1, National Council of State Boards of Nursing report on the mid-year meeting held March 12th through 14th in Atlanta. And so Dr. Benton's going to share a little bit. Melissa's going to talk about her opinion of attending a national council meeting, and then I will too. So do you want to start?
Sure. So I think I mentioned this earlier in my ED report, but the first day is generally set aside for presidents and executive officers to have a development day and a day where they can work together. And a lot of that was focused on their kind of theme now of reimagining discipline, really looking at some of the outcomes from the National Workforce Study that demonstrated that, 100,000 nurses left during COVID, and there's a projection that more will leave. And the components that seem to be influencing factors are, the emphasis on workplace safety, on wellness, and transition to practice. So there was a lot of emphasis on how can we, kind of right touch regulation. You have a nurse who has a practice breakdown or has a substance use issue or a mental health condition that can affect the safety of their practice. What are the best practices to make sure that you support that nurse so that they can stay in practice and be safe? So it was really interesting. Got to hear from a lot of different boards and the ways that they implement just culture. Lots of good ideas.
So the other thing that happens is the Monday before we start the meeting on Tuesday with the presidents and all, we have the NLC, and Dr. Benton is our commissioner from our state to do that. And so that's the thing that is so exciting. And so if you think about this, has been going on for a long time, and Kathy Thomas was one of our main people driving that when we had the first compact, and it only had 25 in it. And so to now be at 39 and 2 territories is just phenomenal, that our nurses can work over state lines. And there, we even got some, or I'll use a better language, but we just have newer states that never were in the other compact, and we never thought they would be in this compact. So we're really seeing that movement, that tipping point where it is it's just great. And we're seeing, and I think there's like 10 more that are still working on it, and they're getting the legislation, and it's like, well, this state's doing it, so we probably should do it now. Before, there was a lot of pushback from unions and all. So the NLC is just great. So the APR and compact that our Kathy Thomas worked on diligently and really helped write the new one. Both of these are newer compact from the old ones, has 3, and there's some other states working on it, and it gets implemented when there's 7. And so it's still a little rocky because many states have to have supervision for advanced practice, and so that doesn't fit into it as well. And so, but National Council is very supportive in helping. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is National Council, and for our board members especially, you can go in and you can get information from them. So they have an In Focus magazine that they get. They also have Leader to Leader that they put out that is really good that you can get online. The NCLEX support, they're just for the next gen. They're giving so much support. So our schools need to know about that. I get something every couple of weeks about what is available to students to help them be successful. And so you can go, and then you can get the Journal of Nursing Regulations. So for our board members, especially our education people, you can just go in, because of our membership, you can have those resources. and I just received their strategic plan, or the environmental scan for 24. And in our summit, we're talking about 23 because we didn't have the 24 one that just came out. And they just build on that every year, looking at what is happening. So it's always really, I'm always glad to go and just see, that national organization gives us a lot of help. And our Dr. Jan Hooper is on leadership succession, helping pick the new leaders for the future. So, Melissa, what did you think as your first time to attend?
Well, it was great. It was a great experience, and I am so thankful for that experience to see the tremendous work that's taking place daily on a national level in nursing regulation, and to see how they are supporting all of the state boards. It was really nice to see that at a different level versus the Texas level. So I really enjoyed it. I attended multiple sessions that were so interesting, including updates on Operation Nightingale. And then there was also sessions that were really interesting to me, as well as the international requirements that are looking at changes in language and credentialing. And I thought that was very interesting. And then on a side note, we had lunch with some nurses from Guam and the Virgin Islands, and that was really, really, really nice too. So it was a great experience. I met a lot of nice people, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Great. Great. Oh, and Elise, was this your first time to go as well? And so, she's our new director of nursing, so she's at a different level coming into that.
Yes, and it was wonderful to get to be there, to experience everything that's going on at the national level, and then also to be with you all for a couple of days and get to spend that time with you all as well.
Great, great. And Danny was there. She was on that panel for Tony's group, and really did a great job. And I'm showing my age, but there used to be this commercial when E.F. Hutton talks, everybody listens. And it's why, and Texas is very much like that. We've had such leaders. Dusty has been such a leader for a long time, and Tony has input, and Dr. Jan. And so when we have these people there, they just look to Texas, and they want to know, what we're doing and how we're doing it. And Chris has been on committees as well. So I'm grateful for those opportunities as well, and to have an input. They do listen to what we have to say and what we're doing and what has been successful. Dr. Jan, do you have anything to add?
I know that you have a name there too, Kathy. And Chris is on the NCLEX committee. I was on that some years back. It's a wonderful committee to keep up with NCLEX and to make decisions about the NCLEX. I heard a comment at one NCSB meeting that said the power of convening. And that is so true. To be together in person is so valuable.
Yes, one of the things that I had an opportunity to do about 8 years ago, and I went off last year, they asked me if I would chair the president's group. And so we had these phone calls, so we'd have the 2 meetings a year, and then we'd have the phone calls every 2 to 3 months. And it started out, and we just had 2 or 3 people and maybe 6, and I was like, okay. And so we just worked and worked and worked, and then last year, I didn't know I'd be reappointed for a 3rd term by Governor Abbott, and so I told them I couldn't do it anymore. And now we have a good 20-something different presidents at different time on these calls, and we really do a lot of sharing, and it really helps a lot. So that was something that just kind of evolved, and that's what National Council does. They evolve. They just see what the needs are and what needs to be out there. So the EOs meet on a regular basis, but the presidents weren't. And so that has been something that's really good, and it was a good opportunity for me. So,
Madam President, I will have to disagree. I believe the awards committee for National Council was the best committee, so I'm just saying. I was on
the awards
committee.
yes. And I think she was on awards.
Yeah, right. I think it was the best, but.
There you go. Yes. There are places to serve, for sure. So I think now we'll move on to 5.3.1B, appointment of board members to attend National Council annual meeting to be held August 28th through 30th. So what I've tried to do is pass around different ones going, and so far, year before last, I guess Ken and Rick went, and Laura went before that. And so we'll start moving in. Maisie has not been, and I think you said that you could go during this time. And so we have you down for that, and then we have to see what happens, because National Council will pay for some to go, but we're real strict on our budget. And definitely Jan will be there because she's leadership succession. That's a national position. And then Chris and Elise will go, and I will go, and we'll see if we can get another member or something on and start in on some of the newer members. So you've got, it's on your calendar, Maisie, that you think you can go? Great. And so that annual meeting is always in Chicago. The mid-year is usually somewhere else. So, okay. And so I don't think that's not voting, is it? No. I think it's just a discussion. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've got you down for that then. Okay. So 5.3.2, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. So this advisory committee serves as a steering committee for the center, and it's comprised as an of 21 members, and they are all from different disciplines such as nursing and healthcare organizations, nurse employers, state agencies, researchers, educators, and a public member. So the committee met last in February of 2024, and during this meeting, they reviewed and approved the 2023 Nursing Education Program Information Survey Reports. That's a mouthful. We call it the NEPIS. And our education team is very, very familiar with the NEPIS. They work closely with the center to update the surveys that go out to education programs every year in October, and the data that we get from those surveys helps to inform these policy reports. So they're robust, full of great information. As I mentioned earlier, this morning, there was also a review and approval of an updated nurse supply and demand projection report. And there were center updates and updates from all the organizations, and they haven't set a date for their next meeting, but I will present to you an update when we do. All of their reports are on their website and can be downloaded. And they also keep a nursing education dashboard current, where they have, a map with all of the locations of all of the different types of nursing education programs that you can link to. And it provides outcome data such as accreditation status, approval status, pass rates, etc. So they do a phenomenal job of putting out digestible reports and information for anyone who needs to know anything about nursing education. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. So the next one we have is 5.3.3 is Texas Health and Human Services Commission E-Health Advisory Committee. And so this is a committee that I'm on, but the last meeting happened, and you have to be appointed by the commissioner, and Elise was on it first, and then I took her place of the Health and Human Services Commission, Texas. And so Paul Bradley, our practice consultant, and he sat in for me to observe it, and so he has a written report there. So Paul, if you just want to touch base with that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President and board members. On March 11th, I sat in on the Electronic Health Advisory Committee meeting, like President Shipp said. Their purpose is to advise on strategic planning, policy, rules, and services related to the use of health information technology, health information exchange systems, telemedicine, telehealth, and home telemonitoring services. They started off approving their minutes from the December 4th, 2023 meeting. They discussed pending membership approval. There are 3 recommendations that have been made and are awaiting approval. They then discussed their subcommittee reports. The interoperability subcommittee talked about image sharing, which has been an ongoing discussion, and there's a draft recommendation that they're working on for naming conventions to help improve interoperability for patient data. On January 1st, 2025, there's apparently a new law that will go into effect which will allow patient demographic information such as name and address to be captured by scanning the barcode on their driver's license to help standardize that formatting, because apparently now it's based on whatever the individual facilities software that they're using is based on. The telemedicine subcommittee talked about telehealth and telemonitoring. January 17th was their first subcommittee meeting where they discussed, believe it or not, teledentistry, which was a bill that passed in 2021 with a discussion on audio-video versus audio-only dentistry encounters. The February 8th meeting, they discussed HHSC teleservices and a framework for the behavioral health subcommittee, which then in turn, the behavioral health subcommittee discussed Senate Bill 26. They gave an overview of clinical management for behavioral health services and identified the need that contracted providers for those services need to have access to the system, which would allow them to meet the state reporting requirements. They discussed direct payment programs and identified if providers couldn't comply with the requirements, they wouldn't be able to receive the supplemental funding. And the subcommittee also discussed system interoperability and reducing double entry, which is likely to be added as an independent presentation on their next meeting. They discussed the eHealth Advisory Committee educational program coming up this year. They're looking at providing education regarding eHealth for the upcoming 2025 legislative session. Their goal is to start advertising in August, and they have requested that general topic ideas be generated and presented for the next meeting. They then talked about HHSC interoperability activities and updated it. The Health Information Exchange Connectivity Project, which is a Medicaid modernization technology team. So far, they have 540 providers or hospitals enrolled in that. They talked about the infrastructure for that, as well as the Eden project, which is the Emergency Department Encounter Notification System. Currently, there are 280 hospitals enrolled in that so far, so they can see if people are bouncing around from ER to ER. Then the Department of Health State Health Services gave an update on the health information technology and public health situation with medication tracking, advanced directives, and consideration for adding pronouns as a field element in patient records. Comments were posted on the Texas Register, and we're going to close in about a month from the date of the meeting. There was also an update on image enablement in Texas to see about reducing cost for repeated radiologic tests. And they just talked about the next meeting being on June 17th, 2024. This was my first time attending an outside committee meeting like this, so I'll do my best to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions? I have been on this committee, and I'm not real strong in technology. Paul is has higher skills than me in that area, but they did an education in the fall, and it was really good, and they did it for legislators and then some of the staff, and it was excellent. And so we talked about at the time, they need to do that again, but it needs to have a wider audience because people need to know about these things that are going on, and we're aren't as aware, but communicating, our health for the outcomes for the patient. So thank you very much for sitting in for me. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Let's see. I did want to say one thing that when we started today, and I missed it, and I had a big note about it, so I apologize now, but I'm going to. So we have a staff of 5 education consultants, and they did 36 reports for this meeting on schools. And so this is,
It was 38.
48?
38.
30, oh, excuse me, 38. Well, somebody told me 36, so sorry. So, but great job. Thank you. So they just do above and beyond, and these are not small documents, and they have to do with visits, phone calls, multiple phone calls, and communications, and also our education. All of our staff does an amazing job, but when I looked at this, it's a heavy meeting, and there was a lot there with these schools because the December, the board results finish, and then we have to validate. So April is our first big meeting for that. So kudos to you guys. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go to 7.4, which is no, wait. Is that it? Consideration of proposed guidelines for exceptions to existing TPAP and board orders. And our Ms. Tawanda Young, who handles our E&D, is going to do that. Are you saying anything?
Oh. Is that me too?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I've asked Tawanda to join us for any of y'all's questions. So, agenda item 7.4 deals with some proposed guidelines for those individuals who asked for an exception to a TPAP order. Y'all may or may not know that, can everybody hear me? That under Nurse Practice Act 301.257 L and M, based on a declaratory order process, a student may, because of some history associated with substance use, may be deemed eligible by the board and receive a declaratory order that when they graduate and become a licensed nurse and therefore are within the jurisdiction of the board's they can receive an order to participate in the peer assistance program for nurses. That particular statute requires us to notify those participants, the declaratory order person, that they can seek to reevaluate their required participation once they're licensed, and that the board should develop a process to determine whether continued participation is required, because what happens is a declaratory order occurs well before a nurse might be licensed, and then that participation then begins at a delayed time. And so the legislature recognized that maybe the board should reevaluate these early determinations that the board has made and the agreed order of TPAP and participation. So this process is through the E&D committee. of which Tawanda is our point person for these people asking for these requests. We call that seeking an exception to a board order. Now, we believe that at this time, when a person is going to seek an exception to a board order, they probably need to not do that in a vacuum, but have a idea about what they need to do and what they need to present. And so this guideline helps guide our instruction. Tawanda's the main point person on this. Our instruction to them on what's going to happen, what they need to do, what they need to bring. And I'll just hit some. I'll hit some highlights about what this guideline requires or suggests. And this guideline is developed over our history of doing this and our seeing many of these students who seek exceptions to their board order for TPAP and participation, and what our committee members are always interested in, what they what will inform their decision, an appropriate decision on whether this student or now nurse whether they should continue. Some of those is that we require that they not be excused from their board order while they're asking for this exception. Don't just not comply with what you've agreed to before you ask for this exception. We also want them to know that they're not going to eradicate the findings that led to the board order. They're not there to change what happened in the past. The findings are going to be are not subject to being changed, and that we are, through this guideline, are helping to facilitate it by being able to ask them to provide information that we know that the E&D committee will be interested in. And then before consideration, there's certain things that they shouldn't become if they're not in good standing with TPAPN at the time. They shouldn't have any pending criminal matters at the time they request. They should have a current evaluation that is consistent with the requirements of 301-257 about what we're to look at, which is, I should go over those. You need to review the criminal history at the time a reevaluation is requested. You need to reevaluate the requirement to participate given that person's individual needs, which we're going to ask them to try to demonstrate more than just I want out of this. This is why, and they need to show satisfactory proof of treatment and documented sobriety. That's what the statute requires. And so we want them to have a current evaluation. We want them to provide proof of sobriety. We want them to have no criminal matters pending, and otherwise anything relevant that they can provide that we will be asking for before they come before the committee. Now, this is a guideline that is informed by what our committee members have consistently wanted to see and is consistent with the Act. And I think that Tawanda came to Dr. Benton and I saying that I would like a guideline to reflect, what we're doing consistent with the Act, because it informs me to inform them what is needed. And this has been developed for y'all's review, and we're asking that y'all approve this guideline so that we can have it and be able to inform those requesters what the board wants. Is there anything that you would like to add, Tawanda?
These guidelines would also help TPAPN when they are discussing either early release or the nurse.
You might want to
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Although I heard you.
These guidelines will help TPAP and also explain to the nurse what we are expecting from them if they do decide to pursue early release from the program. It will also help my communication with TPAP, working on these exceptions, and putting boundaries in place as well for the nurse to, like Dusty said, not to just ask or request for an exception just because this is it's here. We have a process, but to put boundaries in place and to let it be known that it's not an easy process either. It's not a guarantee because we have a process, but it will help communication between me, myself, working on these, and TPAP, and to be able to give insight to the nurse what we're expecting from them.
Are there any questions?
We already have this in place
I think it's
for board orders, correct? This is just specifically a TPAP and carve out.
It is, yes.
Correct.
We have guidelines for requests for exceptions because this is a particularly growing area specific to that particular statute, and we see it growing because that's not. I feel like that was maybe passed in 2017, and it requires us to notify someone whenever they get a license that this process exists. So it's actually, sort of fed a growing number of requests. But because the statute also says they have to show, the boards to consider these things, we need to let them know, how what a good vehicle they need to comply, and what the committees are all asking for, always. Mm-hmm.
And it's also because it's a third party as well. Like if the nurse has a board order with us and they're doing monitoring with us, then they would.
We would hope they'd follow the same type of.
Yes.
Too.
Yes. But this would also help TPAP as well.
Board members, this if I may, this primarily is designed for those student eligibility petitioners who are in school when they have to do a petition and they say answer yes to the question in regards to criminal history that's drug related, or they have a substance use disorder at the time they enter the program, the school. By the time they graduate 2 to 4 years later, those issues that they had prior to enrollment may not be as bad as they are when they graduate. So, as you all recall, the legislature created a mechanism for them to be reevaluated after graduation. So what Tawanda is trying to do is she's trying to create a documented process, something in writing that we can show these recent graduates what the process is. Do they even want to waste their time to go through the process if they're not eligible based on these guidelines?
Correct.
Thank you.
So it's not just the substance abuse; it's the mental health.
Yes.
Anything.
TPAP.
Okay,
Yes, for TPAP.
This is related to the what I would say peer assistance orders, declaratory orders, those orders that they receive before they're licensed.
Madam President, I'll make a motion. That's okay. I move to approve the attached guidelines for exceptions to existing Texas Peer Assistant Program for Nurses board orders.
I second. This is Maisie Jameson.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy Lee Horn made the mistake.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So if you'll please vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell votes for.
Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jameson,
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself 4, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And the motion passes. Thank you. I also liked something when I was reading. I tried to find it again and see. But, you know, these people come in, and then it can take like 90 days, and they're almost done. And so really by the time we got it finished, and so they've come to E&D, they've been through all of that. And so somewhere, I think you said if it's within 6 months or I think that you had, I think that's is good for that to be more clear because it's like by the time it moves into our process,
Absolutely.
a lot of work, money, time. So thank
And with
you.
the if I may, and with the eligibility portion of this, we are trying to, before they spend the money and enroll, at least 45 days, I will try to get them into the next E&D meeting so that they don't incur the cost if we decide to grant their request to not have to participate in TPAPA. So that will help the nurse as well.
Great, great. Okay, well, thank you. This
you.
is good job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is 1:01, so we are going to open forum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and our nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of a healthcare provider other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending cases. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony relating to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. Is there anyone here for open forum, or have we received any paperwork notifying they wanted to speak? Okay, hearing none and seeing none, it is 1:04, and we're now closing open forum. Okay. I saw one. Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll go to 7.3 now, which is Dr. Benton and his review of Health Professions Council annual report for fiscal year 2023.
Board members, what you have before you is a copy of the fiscal year 2023 annual report that the Health Professions Council publishes. And it's not an action item, it's just for your review. And certainly if you have questions about it, I'd be glad to entertain those or go back to HPC and get answers to those. But one thing I want to highlight in this report is in the appendix, it includes a comparison of the costs to issue a license as compared to other states that have what we call umbrella agencies or consolidated agencies versus an agency like the Board of Nursing, which is a standalone agency. The Health Professions Council really serves to combine resources where it makes sense. That's kind of my summary of it. And in that vein, they can achieve certain efficiencies without compromising efficiency that might be lost by consolidating several agencies into a single entity. But if you look at, let's see, Appendix A, you'll see some of the comparisons of all of the healthcare licensing agencies who are part of the Health Professions Council, including nursing, and you can see the cost per licensee for Texas for nursing is estimated at $29.57. And if you look at California, that is $95.60. So it really, creates that distinction of the value of independent agencies to carry out their own discipline-specific regulatory functions, but also the value of an entity like Health Professions Council in combining certain functions. Like, for example, we utilize HPC to assist us with website updates. That's just one example. Be glad to answer any questions. I think that's it.
I think it was a great idea to go together, and then also I know that we help other agencies with some of their, is it IT that we do, or some of the?
It can be a variety of functions. It can be accounting, anything that maybe a smaller agency might need help with, or maybe they have a staff vacancy in a certain area. The council agencies really lean on each other and can help the need.
Thank you. And that's just a report. So it's not a voting item.
That's right.
Okay, we're a few minutes early, but if TPAP and representation is here, the nurses' quarterly report for second quarter, 7.1. Okay, great, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Brittany Majewski, and I am the current program director for Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses. And today with me, I brought one of our amazing case managers. Her name is Stacy McCall. So,
great, welcome.
Today we'll just do, per usual, the overview of our second quarterly report, and there will be opportunity if there's questions that come up. Please let me know. We are here to answer them as we can. So for the second quarter of 2024, these dates run December 1 through February of 29 of 2024. And just to highlight a few different things, on our referrals, because we're always looking at our referral numbers and what's going on across the state and across the nation in regards to referrals to alternative to discipline programs, our referral numbers this quarter, as compared to last quarter, were down. So last quarter we had 171. This quarter we had 131. However, that being said, our amount of nurses that signed participation agreements and that came on board with us increased from 35 last quarter to 63 this quarter. I do have to give it up to my team. They are small but mighty, and our nurses across the state are working very hard to continue in safe practice, and the team that I work with is amazing to get those nurses onboarded and individualized monitoring programs. So we were very happy to see that. Our overall numbers, last quarter we had 612 nurses in our program. This quarter we had 613. Small continuous improvements is our goal, as many nurses that we can serve across the state. Other numbers that are just interesting until I open it up and talk a little bit about all of the other things that we have going on behind the scenes in regards to strategic planning. Our number of nurses that are employed in nursing. This is a very important factor for us. We're really hoping to continue nurses and keep them in safe practice. So we want to see that number continue to grow. So the number employed in nursing that were in our program last quarter was 285. This quarter, we have 311 of our nurses that are employed in practice. And so we're doing a lot of work. And one of our goals in our strategic plan is to work more and more with facilities that hire nurses to try to educate them about what TPAPN is and what it is not, and how we can continue to decrease the stigma associated with substance use and mental health conditions. So we're very proud of that number. And then over to the board, and thank you to many of you all who we get to see. And we get to see Tony and his team, Danny, on a regular basis every Friday. And this quarter, and again, this number, I look at this number as a testament again to not only the nurses that are in our program working very diligently to continue in their practice, but also our case manager and our entire team. So last quarter we had to close 119 cases and send them back over to the Board of Nursing for investigation. And this quarter we only had to do that with 79 of our cases. Again, that is a lot of hard work on our participants, as well as our case managers really trying to individualize that treatment and provide monitoring that is effective for those nurses to get them the help that they need. So I'm very proud of those numbers. To move forward outside of just the quarterly report, in there we did include for you all the strategic plan. This past quarter, we had a very successful several meetings in which we engaged our advisory committee, as well as Texas Nurses Foundation and our operations team and our entire team here at TPAPN, and had a very successful strategic plan that we started moving forward with. It was approved. Our 3 pillars, as you can see there, just as a brief overview, not going to worry with all the details, but the brief overview, our 3 pillars that we're very focused on is sustainability of the program, stigma in regards to decreasing that stigma and what that looks like and how we can be practitioners of that, and then wellness. As even Kristen, you were speaking, Dr. Benton, earlier about the importance of what we're seeing across just nationally in regards to nurse wellness and overall well-being and what that looks like. So those are the 3 main pillars that we're working towards. As we're going out and doing outreach, we have a lot of goals with that. The team came together again and are very engaged with setting SMART goals towards those. It's a 5-year strategic plan, and like I've said before, we are very ambitious with that. We want to get out there and help get this into, prevention first, so getting into academic programs early and often, and having liaisons across the state in all areas of higher education that know about TPAPN and are giving the correct information about what we are and how we can help serve nurses as well as employers. So that being said, are there any questions?
Did the strategic plan look like this before? Is this a new? It just kind of popped out at me, and I was like, I don't remember
if the format looked like. So we just put this in a lovely format because we all came together and kind of basically put SMART goals together and tried to put it where you could see the things that we're trying to implement. So
I thought it was good, and I was like.
Good.
I mean, we've been reading these for a long time, and so then, and looking at it, I was like, well, that's good, bullets. I mean, it just kind of pops and was clear, and so I thought it was good.
Well, I have to give credit to Dr. Serena Bumpus, my boss, because she's the one, I think, we modeled after that, and so I want to give credit where credit is due. I enjoy it, too.
Any questions, board members? Statements? Do you have anything to share being a case manager? What do you think about how things are going?
I think that getting out there, and we were hoping to increase the number of self-reports that nurses are coming to us, and I think that's part of letting them know. There's a lot of people that don't know that we are out there. So, and I thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Okay.
I want to thank y'all for your road show to South Texas. It was nice to have y'all down there. I appreciate that.
It was wonderful being down there. Thank y'all for having us. It was very rewarding. So,
I think Dusty has a question.
Please.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to say, Brittany is going to be on one of our panels at the summit on the second day talking about the workplace environment. So we're thankful to her for being there.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Elise. We're excited. Thank you, Elise. Thank you.
I haven't participated in an advisory committee for TPAPN in a while. Have those been happening? And what's happening?
What's happening? That is a great question, Desi. So yes, they have been happening. And we have our advisory committee. I am happy to report that they are incredibly engaged. We have members on that advisory committee from nursing facility instructors to people that represent nurses, so our law teams that represent nurses. And so we have a really dynamic group of individuals that are coming from various different viewpoints, and I think that it really makes that work stronger. We just had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I am so incredibly pleased with the amount of insight and input that every member on that advisory committee is wanting to engage with us and help us, especially in lieu of our strategic plans and our goals. We're going to need to leverage all of them, and I can tell you they are more engaged than I have seen in a long time, and I'm very excited.
Okay, so I used to be on that advisory committee.
Would you, Denise? So,
yes, it was pretty
if Denise
dull
is
back
watching,
then.
Denise Bimbo, would you like to be back? You come on and board.
No. I'm just kidding. So, is there some? Did Denise put that in her report? Good. So, what are the good ideas?
Yeah. What's
excite
the
us.
what's excite
us,
you?
yeah.
Okay, I mean the good ideas are really around things that we're trying to do within our strategic plan. So one of the big things around stigma that the team even identified as a priority is truly looking at our program and going through, line by line and figuring out where's the evidence-based practice. We have psychologists on board in that advisory committee. What do we need to update and increase with the times? And so then we can, in lieu of, once we do that, come to you all and share what that looks like. Again, I'd say there's also some ideas to get engaged with employers and facilitators and liaisons, like I had mentioned earlier, across the state in regards to academic programs, because really wanting to hit hard on that prevention side of it. and the other aspects that we can do and delve into that wellness side. So there's a lot going on. It would be too much for me to say in this small group, but I encourage you, please come to those meetings. You will see they are very engaged and exciting.
I'd hate to bring down the level of, dynamic down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
So has your, this is Rick Williams over here, has your roadshow visited the Killeen Temple Waco area? And if not, how do we get a stop sign?
I should have brought cards. I will absolutely hit you up. So we partner with with TNA on those road shows, but we are open to coming to every district we possibly can. So I will be happy to connect with you and see how we can get that going, not only with TPAPN, but potentially with TNA as well.
Great.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I do women's health annual exams for low-income women for a health district that's south of Lubbock. And so we have state funding and federal funding and Texas Healthy Women. And so so we get reimbursed for whatever things that we do. And on every patient, I do a PHQ-9 and a GAD-7. And I'm not reimbursed for that. And so, my nurses are like, what? We're going to do what? And I said, since COVID, we need to do this. And so I cannot tell you the number of people who have mild to moderate issues going on as opposed to the ones that just have zero. I mean, the zero is more rare. Somebody may have one or two or something, but it is huge out there. And I think that, and I've seen the increase since, in my assessment, I hope my skills were good enough, I was picking up on what was going on, but that is a great tool that is so easy to be done. And so we use MHMR organizations out in our areas, that are funded to help them have resources that they don't have to pay for, that they qualify for. But just to say, and also what we saw at National Council, talking about the trauma and how our workforce is and how they are burnt out, and just that whole wellness and what it did, the whole country from that. And so just helping them to have the skills to respond and talking to them about what are you going to do or what do you do when you're feeling stressed and you have anxiety and you feel depressed, that they have those skills. So it's very, very important, and it's definitely out there. So there are people who need help.
Thank you for that. You are exactly right. We are actually partnered with Texas Tech and are engaged and involved in some research, and it all is around the nurse's perspective of wellness. We started specifically with TPAPN nurses and substance use disorder and mental health, and we're looking to stretch that further just because of what we identified with the amount of not just substance use increase, but anxiety and depression that we're seeing amongst healthcare providers and trauma. So thank you for doing that. That is definitely something that is on our minds and hearts as we go into the strategic plan to try to help.
Great.
Okay, hopefully one last thing maybe. Our board, sort of prides itself on its avant-garde leadership, nationally, right? I mean, Texas is, at least we pride ourselves. We anytime we hear the word Texas, we're like, yeah, that's right. And so TPAPN, there's national groups that I'm aware of that are out there that, I don't think they're quite as maybe funded to gather and to share best practices and things like that. But, I'm not saying Texas, anything in Texas, this is what we're going to do. You need to do it like this. We're looking for best practices everywhere out there and trying to incorporate those where we can, or be the leader in those areas where we can. And I know I want that for TPAPN too, and I know TPAPN wants and I think I'm pretty safe to say that TPAPN probably is the leader. But is there is there more of that for y'all, for them, for best practices? Is that a dynamic area? Because I know in the past it's kind of been, well, they meet once every so many, and a couple people get together in New Orleans or something, and it's just not. You don't hear a lot of shared experiences and sort of shared goals and shared strategic plans nationally. And I know but nursing and nursing peer review, it's not just here, it's everywhere. It needs to be everywhere.
So that's actually next month we're going to the one of the national committees that is about alternative programs. So it's NOAP, and they have started. There is a research committee. We get those. There's a board with NOAP where we're getting involved and hopefully engaged potentially as far as looking at getting elected to those boards so that we can have a major seat at that table. Because you're right, I think historically the challenge has been that every single state, much like some of the information you all were talking, does alternative to discipline programs differently. And so it was really, really hard to get in a room and speak the same language when everybody is doing different things, or, some states are run by just totally across the board on how they are done. And so we're trying to work within that group. We have also been involved in some of the research that they're doing and giving our feedback so that they can write reports, and hopefully across the nation we can all kind of get on the same page with evidence-based practice in regards specifically to what we do and how we do it and what that looks like and how we can be on the cutting edge, because that is absolutely the team's goal, as well as what I believe Texas nurses deserve too. So thank you. We are absolutely looking to do that, more of that.
We would support that.
Mm-hmm. I think that sounds really good. I think one of the things I learned in graduate school early on, don't reinvent the wheel. If somebody has something, and that's that whole thing about evidence-based practice, don't keep trying to figure it out yourself when you see a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then everybody has, a good product. So that's really important. So do you have anything to add, Tony?
Thank you. I think TFAP's doing a great job. They've, under Brittany's leadership, they are growing. Dawn did well before her, but Brittany's taken the ball and she's just run with it. She's doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I have to say a little bit of a bias thing about when I first came on the board, and I'm on like my 13th year. So I've grown a little bit, have more to do. But when I first came on, I was like, that is a lot of money that because it's passed through, the way we get license fees and then our money goes to, and it comes to you guys, it's a lot. And I was like, and back then it was still a lot, and it was like 400 or something kind of like that, 300 to 400 or whatever. I was like, that was a lot.
Less than now, for sure. Less than now. Okay, well. Oh, definitely less than now. Yes, we're at 600. That's just kind of what I was kind of thinking, and I was like, that's a lot. I just couldn't get past a lot for not many. It wasn't that I didn't value those nurses, but I was like, whoa, there's bound to be more out there. And so I just see it. I see what you're doing. I see the difference. And so I think it's good. And so, and so in this length of time, I've seen those changes. The reports are good. The reports are so much better than we had for lots of years. So we see that. So thank you. We do need to have that she's here today. We need to have the form filled out. Okay. You did? Okay. Perfect. I think I just had one, so I didn't. We don't have. We just.
Yeah, we can do one for you.
Okay. Yeah, we just have to keep our records.
No problem.
Okay. All right. And thank you for the work you do, because case managers matter.
Absolutely. I was going to say thank you for that, but truly it's the team is amazing. And like I said, they do a lot of work for across the state of Texas. So these guys.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, at this time, we'll go to 3.2.13A, St. Edward's University in Austin, Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program. Dr. Hooper? Yes.
Good afternoon. Well, this is always an interesting part of the day is when we get to invite proposal writers in and hear about the new program. These are people from St. Edward's University right here in Austin, Texas.
I need to say my form.
All right.
Okay.
Swear them in. She's got to swear
yes,
you in.
I have to swear you guys in. So this is consideration of proposal to establish a new nursing education program, St. Edward's University in Austin Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program. So under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from St. Edward's University to establish a new nursing education program in Austin, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from St. Edward's University will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website. Excuse me. And of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs and will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. And will the representatives of St. Edward's University Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? So if you will stand up. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. So now Dr. Hooper will discuss your program. Thank you.
I was a little eager. Forgive me for my eagerness. So I'm sure you've seen St. Edward's sitting up on a beautiful hill as you've driven around. And I always wondered a little bit about it. And we heard quite a while back that they were interested in starting a nursing program. So we have the people here. And I want to say ahead of time, a couple of staff at our board who graduated from St. Edward's, not nursing, John Vanderford and Franceli Rogers. They were both graduates of St. Edward's. So that gives us kind of an idea of the students. They are interested in starting a BSN program with 2 tracks. One track will be a traditional track and a second will be an accelerated track. The traditional track will be for students coming in first time in nursing education. The accelerated pathway will be for students that already hold another bachelor's degree. We do this, see this quite a bit now in new programs for an accelerated program. St. Edward's holds regional accreditation from SACS, and they have approval from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to award degrees. They are planning to seek accreditation with CCNE for their nursing program. I think they've already advised them that they would be coming. And they have support from the administration at St. Edward's University. The proposed director is Dr. Donna Buke, sitting to my left, and she joined St. Edward's on October 31st. Happy Halloween 2022. Her credentials tell us that she is prepared for this work. She's also been a director of another program. She has hired 2 experienced nursing faculty who have assisted in the development of the curriculum. And contracts have been signed with 3 additional faculty to begin in August 2024. 6 adjuncts have been secured. They will be ready to also serve as faculty. St. Edward's plans to enroll 40 students in the traditional track and 35 in the accelerated track for fall 2024. I questioned these numbers in the beginning, but found out that they have 753 applicants for this program. So I think the potential students are available. The traditional track is for a 4-semester completion and the accelerated track for a 3-semester completion. They have signed contracts with 18 clinical settings, and they're in negotiation with 3 other healthcare settings, 4 school settings, and the U.S. Federal Bureau of Prisons. Fleck Hall on their campus will be their home for the nursing program, and they do plan to have a School of Health Sciences at St. Edward's, and their nursing program will be their first program within that school. So I'm going to invite Dr. Buke and others to introduce themselves and say a few brief comments.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be here today and to present to you the proposal for the BSN program at St. Edward's University in Austin, Texas. My name is Dr. Donna Buke, and I am the founding director of nursing, as Dr. Hooper had mentioned. I've been in higher education for 18 years and served in administration for well over 12 of those 18 years. I do appreciate the opportunity that St. Edward's has provided for me to be able to create a program that truly meets the needs of today's workforce with a focus on social justice, health disparities, and diversifying our nursing profession.
Good afternoon. I am Monse Fuentes, and I have the great privilege of serving as president of St. Edward's University. And I'm here to express not only the commitment and dedication of the administration at St. Edward's with the support of the board, but to emphasize this is a priority for us. The dedication to develop a compassionate, bilingual, diverse, talented workforce in nursing is a priority for us because of the alignment with the mission of the institution and the proven track record of how we serve vulnerable communities. We are a minority serving institution. The majority of the students are students of color. We have 41% of our students are Pell recipients, and we serve those students. We elevate their lives with an education that leads not only to employment, to incredibly successful graduation rates, but the love, the support that they receive with us. We are very well poised as an institution to really serve those vulnerable communities through an education that would really respond to the needs of our society.
Good afternoon. I'm Marianne Ward-Paradoza. I'm the provost at St. Edward's, and I'm here to affirm the institution's commitment, as Dr. Fuentes has just shared, but also the commitment from the academic division to ensure that we have appropriately qualified and an appropriate number of faculty to support the nursing program and also the appropriate facilities. As Dr. Hooper mentioned at the start, we have our founding director of nursing. We have 2 full-time faculty members who joined us at the start of this academic year. We have signed contracts for 3 additional nursing faculty to start with us in fall of 24. Some of them are actually here with us today in addition to our faculty members. And we also plan to hire 2 additional, so our plan is to get to 7 full-time faculty in addition to the director of nursing to staff our program, in addition to the adjuncts and the other clinical support that will be provided for the program. We're so thrilled to have strong community support. We have partners with us today from Ascension. Thank you, Dr. Stephen Brockman-Weber, for being here today, and from St. David's, we thank Beth Vaughn for being here in support of our proposal today. Thank you.
I would like to introduce just a couple of other people in the audience. So the 2 inaugural faculty for St. Edward's University are Drs. Catherine Allen and Jessica Naiman. And then our soon-to-be signed Dr. Kelly Raturis. We also, like we said, like Dr. Ward-Portis has said, we do have 2 others. They are watching live today. They were not able to be here, but very excited for this opportunity to present to you our proposal. So our overview is to start the program in fall of 2024, if approved by the board today, with the request of 40 students in a traditional pre-licensure undergraduate program, first-time graduates, and then 35 into an accelerated pre-licensure program. St. Edward's established about 4 years ago a program to prepare students to do an accelerated BSN program. It's a BA in biology with a pre-nursing concentration. We've had graduates from there that are now eager to have the opportunity to come back to St. Edward's and to pursue their passion for nursing as well. We have a very strong, as indicated by Dr. Hooper, interest in St. Edward's for nursing. And I think one of the biggest interests that we have is based on the tradition and the history of St. Edward's for educating students to really go out and to make a difference in the world. That is where we are in healthcare and being able to diversify that. So the faculty and I have worked very hard over the last year to design, develop, and prepare to implement a curriculum that has a focus on just that. We all know that we have to meet the baccalaureate essentials, the Texas DEX, as well as quality and safety education competencies. But we also have intertwined within each course our mission of St. Edward's. And so that is very important to us to be able to show students how we take that mission after their 2 years of traditional or after they've completed a baccalaureate degree, and how that can merge with nursing and really formulate a fabulous graduate. Some people call them products. I choose to say that they're graduates, but someone to go out into the world of healthcare and to make a difference. Provide them the ability to change their lives. Social mobility is a big purpose for this, as represented by our representation by Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Weber Brockman, in that we have worked very closely with our clinical practice partners to establish opportunities for them. One of the biggest things today is the stress at the bedside by our nurses. And so we've dedicated in our curriculum development to do 50% of our clinical time, which is 810 hours, in our lab over each semester, so that whenever our students go into the hospital setting, the acute, non-acute, community, wherever it is that they're going, that they have efficacy in their competencies and their skill. So they're not a hindrance to the nurses that are at the bedside, but yet a help. You know, they're not trying to teach them everything. They're showing them how they do it and increasing their ability. At the end of the program, we have built in a special component to where the students will demonstrate competency before they go out into the practicum through our Simulation Learning Resource Center. And that is really so that we don't put out soon-to-be graduates making that transition to practice that are not confident in their abilities and have not demonstrated competency in order to provide safe, quality patient care.
I want to emphasize that the commitment to nursing education is a priority as reflected in our current strategic plan. When I arrived to the institution in 2021, the Board of Trustees asked me to develop a strategic plan that was launched in 2022. And the top priority was the development and implementation of a School of Health Sciences starting with nursing education. As an institution and in alignment with our mission, we serve vulnerable communities. We have the infrastructure in place to ensure the success of those individuals. We also have beautiful land, facilities, and the support of the entire Austin community and beyond. I also want to emphasize that the institution for 138 years has been truly devoted to our mission. And as we serve these communities that come from very difficult and disadvantaged backgrounds, we provide that education that truly transforms their lives. A testament of that is that we are the only institution in the nation with 50 years of support from the government for our College Assistance Migrant Program, the CAM program that serves migrant from farm working families. We also were recognized with the Seal of Excellencia. Only 9 institutions in the entire nation received this recognition, not only for making sure that St. Ed's is a welcoming environment for our Latino first generation students, but that they graduate. They are able to access employment and opportunities to really elevate their lives. We were ranked number 7 by the U.S. News and World Report in the West for our ability to be successful with the social mobility of the students. So we do have the infrastructure in place, the alignment with the mission, the financial investment and commitment to ensure the success of this program. And we are truly committed that we respond not only to the demand of society right now, the development of that workforce, but to make sure that those individuals who are the students from St. Ed's, and you know that they are committed to really make a difference to address the disparities that we have right now in the outcomes, in the access to health care. Also addressing the changing demographics that we are very well poised to do that by developing that bilingual, compassionate, talented, diverse workforce.
And I would add finally that, as has already been mentioned, we have a history of serving and supporting students from underserved backgrounds, and we are so excited to be able to have the opportunity to add nursing education to the portfolio of programs that we offer and to the opportunities that we can provide to students who come to St. Edward's for not only transforming their lives, but to have fulfilling careers. And we are really excited to expand the framework for student support that we have so successfully implemented at St. Edward's to this program. And from an academic perspective, as we developed the program, we also ensure that we have not only appropriate facilities, but appropriate library resources, appropriate support services in order to be able to support students from a holistic framework. I would add, I think that's something important to add. At St. Edward's, our approach to education is really focused on both the development of the heart and the mind. The founder of the Congregation of Holy Cross, which is the sponsoring order of the university, when talking about education, he said, how we educate the mind will change with the times. How we cultivate the heart is and will remain timeless. And that is the foundation for our approach at St. Edward's. Highlights the importance of ensuring that our curriculum stays relevant, is ever changing. This is one of the reasons we think this program is so important for us as a university and for our community, because it's meeting the needs of the times, but we're also focused on all-round student development, both the heart and the mind, so that we can educate and graduate nurses who are ready to serve their communities.
So thank you for the opportunity for us to speak on behalf of St. Edward's in this proposal for a baccalaureate degree in nursing. What questions do you have for us at this time?
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. Thank you all for being here and discussing your proposal with us. I have a few comments and questions, of course. I actually really enjoyed reading your proposal. I thought it was really well put together. I like that it wasn't 900 pages. I mean, technically it may have been, but I like the fact that there were links inside and things just didn't all become a blur with it. I actually put my notes together this time a little bit better. So I did it from didactic to clinical. I thought that your AI statement was actually pretty good because it's open, because you understand that we're going to probably start using AI, and I like how you were like, hey, it's going to be in the syllabus in the future. Your instructor will let you know whether you can use it or not. And so I like that. I like that you're very ambitious in your 5-year with a 15% attrition rate. How are you guys going to, or how are you all going to keep that number, at least within that low percentage? And what do you have in place that's going to assist the students so that they can not fall out of the program or fail out?
So that's, it is an aggressive number. I have to agree with you 100%. I was taught early on by a dean that anything above 12% was not appropriate and that you needed to work on ways to do that. St. Edward's University has a phenomenal student success center. The first year, their coaches and advisors work with them. The nursing program will begin in the year 2 to be faculty mentors, and then we will continue to have student success coaches dedicated to the Department of Nursing and the program. We are also in the process of drafting and submitting a grant for 5 years to be able to supplement that with additional peer mentors within the program, as well as to do CTS that focus on in the lab, working with them on their skills, teaching them in the classroom. We've moved our classroom to the lab area, so we teach in the lab, we do in the lab, we go back to the teaching area back and forth for all clinical courses so that we can continue to have that information delivered to them in a way that they can retain it.
So for this if you are approved for this first group going through, is there going to be any like nursing specific tutoring? Because I saw in the proposal that the school itself has a tutoring, but I'm assuming that's for just the regular coursework. Is there going to be any kind of nursing tutoring, or is it just going to have to wait until they get to the second year?
No, so it would start in the fall.
Okay.
With that dedicated.
That answers that. So I looked through your all of your syllabi, and it seems like most of them were kind of halfway. They're not all the way complete. They're abbreviated. And in one of them, 4640, I think this is pretty much your getting towards your final semester for these students. I'm not sure if it meets 21514B, which is the no more than 10% of the course grade can be a standardized exam, because right now in there it looks like you're giving 3 proctored assessments at a total of 15%. And I can't remember exactly what they are now, but I think it seems like you have a pharmacology assessment in that course, and I was wondering, are you guys going to change that and maybe put that ATI into the actual pharmacology course that you guys offer? And that way you would be in compliance with this course specifically?
Rather than moving that to the pharmacology, we can reduce the amount of those percentages in there to get within the guidelines. The reason for pharmacology to be at the end, we will do assessments during pharmacology, pathopharm courses, but we need to make sure that the students are prepared for NCLEX. And so if we're introducing it in the first semester, then we want to make sure that we continue to reinforce it and then appropriately evaluate it in the last semester.
Okay. And as far as the grading for the ATI goes, I see that it's like 100 points or something like that, or whatever the points you were giving in the syllabus, but how are they graded, right? Because ATIs aren't actually graded on a percentage, it's just level 0 through 3. How are you all going to grade that? Is like a level 1 going to be considered a failure point-wise, or how are you guys working that out as far as grading goes to make it fair for the
Very
student?
good question. So with ATI, because it is standard testing and it's not really our exact, testing type. So a level 1 is just a failure is not a failure. It is an opportunity to come back and to repeat. So it's not a one time and you're done with that. So then they would be provided remediation during that time. And then if they meet a level 2 or a level 3, then they can continue to do that. It's worth 100 points, but not 100% of the grade comes from that.
But so when they get, like a level 1 would be considered like below a 75, because I believe your school is 5.
Correct.
And so they do the remediation, they take it again, they can get a better grade than the 75, they'll get like an 80 or something.
Absolutely.
80 points. Okay. As far as the clinicals go, you explained that you're going to do 50% of the clinicals to give them a little bit more confidence before they go into the hospital setting. Why not long-term care? Why not use long-term care instead of, right, and cut some of the simulation time down and increase or get an agreement with long-term care, and that way it's a little bit of a not as fast-paced environment where they can learn from the nurses that are there?
So being able to identify the appropriate long-term care facility to where we're actually working with nurses or LVNs that are in there has been somewhat of a challenge for us. It's not that we will not be able to do that. The first course, Essentials, with 50% in the structured, not lab time, structured simulation, is for them to be able to gain that opportunity. We are actively seeking, and now we have on faculty Dr. Emma Zong, who has a long-term relationship. She's a family nurse practitioner in long-term care, and so she is be able to integrate that.
Okay, it just seems like when I read it, I'm like, this is they're opening a school in Austin. Like there should be opportunities everywhere here. Like why choose 50% simulation when you could almost go anywhere you would want? But I understand your point there is finding the correct facility. So the grading for the clinicals is kind of strange to me as well. It seemed kind of subjective because it's pass or fail as far as this policy or as far as your proposal. How are they graded? Because it looked like the care plans had point values to them, but within the syllabi there's no actual grade for any of the clinical work. And so I'm a little bit confused on how that's gonna happen, because if I look at it as from like a student, is it subjective? Like I know that maybe I got some points on my care plan, but this teacher, gave me a fail on this clinical because they don't like me.
So on the clinical, where it's integrated into the same course, is a pass or fail. However, in order to pass, you have to make 75% or higher on all graded assignments. So if there are 5 care plans and they're at 5%, then they're going to be worth 25% of the grade. They'll have 100% of their clinical grade, and it will all be very structured with rubrics as to what they have to do in order to achieve that. If they go below 75, they are failed.
And those rubrics are they going to be a part of the syllabi? Because right now
Yes.
the grades doesn't show that. So that's why I was a little bit concerned with that. Let's see here. Clinical affiliations. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes. I looked in the clinical handbook that you have, number 7, the clinical arrival time is kind of vague as far as like when they can and can't, or what'll count as an absence versus what, if they come in, are they going to be able to stay for the whole clinical? What'll count as an absence, how many hours they have to meet? It just seemed very vague to me on that. And as far as preparing for clinicals, do they do a night before? Do they go to the hospital the night before and choose their patients? Or do they just go the next day? Or they know where they're going, they just show up and start hitting the floor running?
So that's been one of the discussions that we've had over the past year with that. We do want to go back to the older school model where we go the night before. Mm-hmm. So if they're in the hospital, then they would be assigned a patient. They would go home and they would do all of their homework so that whenever they come in that next morning, then they would be ready to start. They start with the report.
Right.
And then they would continue that day and then give report. They will have opportunity throughout the day to gather more information about their patient, as well as any type of communication observations that they've had throughout that day, any skills or competencies that they performed, and then they have an opportunity for the next 24 hours to work on that particular assignment and to be able to submit it.
Okay.
For us.
Are you going to keep it as like separate packets? Because it looks like everything is like kind of separate. It has like an assessment packet, a preparation packet, the care plan, and then the reflection. Are you going to end up combining those? It just seems like a lot. Like if I was a student looking at that, especially a first year, I'd be like, oh my God, this is so much work. Right? This is overwhelming.
So I think that part of the reason why we've separated them is to reduce confusion so that we can let them see the different aspects that they have to do. But they will do parts of each one at different aspects during that time frame, whether it's the prep, the actual, or the post.
Okay. And the clinical preceptors, how are they going to communicate with you guys as far as how the student did during the clinical? It looked like it was quite a big form that they had to fill out. Is there any way for them to do this anonymously, or for their students? Are you guys setting that up? Like if like the students carried around like a QR code for a preceptor evaluation.
Exactly, and through Qualtrics.
Okay, it is going to be through that, because I didn't think I picked that up in here. It looked like it was this huge. If I was a nurse working a 12-hour shift and at the end of the shift I had to like sign off on like 20 things, I'd be like, ah.
Absolutely. And so part of that is for them to be able to do it. In order for us to be able to show the board the different paperwork that we had, that's why they were all paper versus our QR codes or our Qualtrics.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have.
Madam President, I just had one question. On your accelerated, I was just interested on your accelerated BSN or your accelerated program. Who is that bachelor's degree student? Are you looking from a certain pool of people that already have a science background or anything like that? Just who is that student for the accelerated?
So we do prepare students from the BA in biology pre-nursing students that we have that. However, we have a list of the prerequisites that the students have to come to us with. So then they would make the same application. One of the things that I love to talk about is that a student could be in theater or journalism or some type of art BA degree, and then they get out and they're like, this is not really what I want to do. I like to do this, but I really want to do something that's meaningful and gives meaning to my life. And so then they can come back into that program. As long as they meet those requirements, then they can come in.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam President, just a comment.
Yeah.
My colleagues have thoroughly covered all of the nursing attributes. I will, limit my comments to, I think that I'm excited about your program, and in particularly at your university, being that looking at your value statement and your mission statement, I think it pairs well with what nurses need going into the world. I've read through your packet, and I think you've got a great way of preparing folks to succeed. In addition to university storied history. So very excited and hope that you all do very well. The only thing that could make you better is if you were a Jesuit university. But we won't hold that against you.
Disagree with that.
Thank you.
I have a quick question about clinicals. Is St. Edward's joining the Central Texas Healthcare Partnership, or have you joined?
Yes,
we
have.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a question. So it looks like your information is very well prepared. Dr. Hooper thinks that you have what you need to have. We usually just don't see somebody taking 75 students. I understand it's 40 and 35. I'm kind of a mother hen. I want everybody to be successful. I don't want them to do too much. You're talking about 7 faculty, but that's a lot of students, to start. And I've been in academia for a long time. So I just am trying to wanted to talk to Dr. Hooper about that, what she was thinking. Some of the faculty are going to be dual, I would assume. They're not going to just be one program and the other. They're going to go back and forth. And so that is just a concern.
And that was probably my major concern in reading through the report. And I appreciate the great questions, Ken. We know you read that. That's fantastic. We really asked them to give us an abbreviated syllabus. So, if there's some way we can help to get the right things to you for reading, we'd love to know. But we appreciate that.
Like I said, Dr. Hooper, I feel that this is a very well-written proposal, and
Yes.
I have no problems. It's just the grading. It's just if I were a student, I try to put myself in the student position.
But they'll think about your questions. When they have their faculty meeting, they have to remember the guy that asked the question. And they will rethink some things, I'm sure.
Well,
No,
and
but
Ken
75
has just finished his bachelor's and is faculty for LVN, so he's in homework and assessments and in all of that. So he is a good test of that.
He's thinking if I were a student. But I was concerned about the number. That looks really, really high. But when I heard they've been preparing for this for years, and they have a lot of people just ready to walk. So I felt better about it. A program can say they're going to take 50. They might not get the 50. That's the maximum that we're approving. So we don't know what they'll get. Maybe you know.
You're saying that 40 and 35. Did I write it down wrong?
40 and 35. And so one of the things to consider with this is that all of the courses are the same except for PathoPharm. For the traditional, it is PathoPharm 1, PathoPharm 2. Accelerated is one combined because it is an accelerated program. The only other option that's different, if someone does not have a research methods course in their previous baccalaureate degree, then they do have to take the evidence and research course that we have, evidence-based practice research. But these students will not be in a cohort by themselves. They will be counted within a cohort. We will track them like that, but we are integrating them into the class with the traditional undergrad non-degree not second degree. The reason for that is that these students have already gone through an undergraduate degree. They bring in a lot of knowledge and experience. So as a student in the pre-licensure traditional BSN could be feeling a little stressed, or maybe they're looking at things, then they have the maturity to say, I've already been through this once. We can do this together. There's also different opportunities for them to really mentor each other, both the pre-licensure traditional and the accelerated. So separating them out just did not seem like what we were seeking to do with our mission. And so we do have them integrated. Each semester, they will have courses that they would not have independently. So the first semester of traditional, they will take aging, whereas the traditional BSN will not. The accelerated will. There's just a few things. The summer is what makes the difference, because these students in the accelerated will do their last semester in the summer. The traditionals do not.
But it's still 75.
It is 75.
Is just the number. And so that's just a pretty big cohort. And most of the time,
we go about 30.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, I don't, we say 30, and then in the next 6 months, they do another 30, or we've said 40. We've just never gone with 75 that I can remember, or that if it's been you know more than me. So that's my whole thing. So I like what you're saying about that, and I love it. And even in my graduate program, my younger graduates versus my ones who have some experience mentor, and they help each other. And I love that idea of having students together and sharing with each other that peer support. So that just is just a point to me. That's a lot of students.
So each course would not exceed 20 students. We have a very small faculty to student ratio at St. Edward's, and we are dedicated to maintaining that.
Our current ratio is 13 to 1.
13
to 1.
13 to 1. Okay, so your course, so
across the board, that's the current ratio that we.
Okay, I like that. That's good. So I don't guess I'm getting it. So
are they taking the same courses at the same, like you've got 75 students, and if your ratio is 13 to 1, are you going to have multiple classrooms with the same course going on at the same time, or I'm trying to picture that.
Under that. So it's a 1 to 20 ratio for the nursing faculty. The average at St. Edward's is 1 to 13. So our faculty have made a dedication to not exceeding 20 in a classroom. And yes, there would be different sections for each one. So it would be 4 sections if we had the 75, so that we could, keep it. And then it comes down to about a 1 to 18 ratio.
And the clinical would be the same, because it can only be 10 to 1.
1 to 10. Yes, and that's why we have dedicated numbers of clinical adjuncts for the clinical component of it, and full-time faculty will oversee each one of those clinical rotations.
So the first class, you said one would be aging, so it would have the 35 in it. I'm not sure where I wrote that.
2 sections.
Okay.
2 of 18.
Mm-hmm. 2 of 18 in that. So you would possibly have 4 classes going on at the same time, but it'd be 2 topics.
Would it be what? I'm sorry.
2 topics. I mean, you'd be didactic, or maybe you'd have 40 in didactic and 35 in didactic, and then but clinical would be broken up.
So we can take that information back, but the faculty, they're the ones that really said they did not want their classes to go over 20 per student, so that they had better interaction with the students, and that they could recognize when someone was struggling, when someone was not getting it, and they could continue to go back and to work with them in that.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just still having a hard time with it. I mean, that's just my bottom line. I don't know what else to say
So you
other
would
than
feel,
it.
you would feel more comfortable if it was a smaller number.
Well, I'm thinking 30 and 30. I mean, I know that's only 15 students, but that's a whole cohort of trying to get to clinical. And, you know, you want it to be successful. And historically, no school starts with 75 from the beginning. I mean, even regardless of how great the programs are, and it's stellar. I just
want to make sure they're successful.
Yeah. You know, later on, then you have more and you pick up on it. And so, I don't know what else to say.
I would like to know if more board members feel the way that you'd rather have a 30 and
Disagree
30.
with me or whatever you think, or you know, those of you in academia that are doing this. and-
I'm Kathy Boswell, and that was kind of a startling number to begin your class with. And I think it's very admirable, and your nursing faculty is correct. You really don't want a large cohort, particularly when you're a brand new program and it's new to your college. So I kind of stumbled on that as well. I think a smaller cohort would probably benefit you more. I know you've got 700 and some odd people knocking on your door, but I think for the purpose of a new program, just looking at maybe a smaller cohort in each one of those programs would better serve your students and your faculty and the administration as well.
I'm in agreement with my colleagues as far as the number of students in the program, but now that we're talking about clinicals, or that we discuss clinicals because you split it up as a 1 to 10, how many clinical associates do you have? Because you have the 5 instructors for courses, correct? How many clinical associates do you have now that can also take students during clinical rotations?
So before the board meeting, we've not solidified anybody as being hired because we didn't know what the outcome, or we don't know what the outcome of today's presentation will be. So we do have a strong pool, but we've not secured anyone at this time due to we didn't want to hire someone or secure someone and then come back and tell them that we weren't able to do it at this particular time.
Okay. And the current instructors then will also teach the didactic portion, and they will also take students to clinical as well? Or
They
it's just
will
gonna be
oversee the clinical.
Okay, but the clinical associates will take care of the brunt of the work as far as having the students.
They will be in the clinical setting with them, and then the faculty, whichever courses that you're assigned to, remembering that these courses are now currently only offered once a year,
right,
and that they will be in the hospital, in the clinical labs, in the simulation center with any faculty at that time.
Okay.
Madam President.
I just want to say you had me at the bilingual certificate. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
And you have really great clinical partners. Your school's been successful, and you will be successful. But I will lean on my education colleagues and their expertise and experience to make sure that you continue to be successful.
Well, I think that vulnerable, you had me at vulnerable. I loved it. You know, that there are people that want to be nurses, and you have to bring them up to that ability to do that, and especially bilingual, and if they're ESL or whatever. So that takes me back to these cohorts. You know, 75 is a lot if everybody has great needs, and you know, you have great faculty. So to meet that, I still just feel like it needs to be less. So I don't know what less looks like, if it was reduced to 60, or if you reduce, and that takes 15 off, or if you still wanted that other. Well, you're new to the degree were 40, and your people with experience were 35. I almost think the people with experience would be a larger number, because they've already been in more than those newbies, and you know, youngsters have their own sets of issues. So I don't, at this point, I'm not sure. Why did you decide 40 and 35? What was what made that number come like that? That your ones that were new to getting a degree, was that about attrition, or were you?
Well, the students who are coming to us as traditional undergraduates are coming and spending the 4 years with us. Certainly we could get some transfer students as students in the traditional BSN, but to the extent that we are able to have them with us for 4 years, we start providing the support and really working with them over a longer period of time, really leveraging the of the entire university and our overall undergraduate framework in support of the undergraduate nursing education. And so that's really why we felt that the 40, the higher number for the traditional program was appropriate for us and is appropriate for us.
That's a good question. I have a question. You have a post-licensure BSN. What is the current enrollment of that program?
Currently, we do not have any students enrolled in that program. Okay. We were set to start in the fall, and we're working on articulation agreements for concurrent enrollment with 2 community colleges at this time.
Thank you.
Well,
so it sounds like the consensus is the numbers need to be lower. And I go back to some sage advice I had in one of my courses ages ago when I was in a nurse practitioner program by a pharmacist. Says, start slow, start low, go slow. And maybe we need to just slow down a little to help you get a good start.
well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm not talking about cutting it in half or anything.
No.
I'm just saying go to 60. I mean, we don't even have people starting with 60.
Yeah.
Usually we have 2 programs, so go from 75 total to 60, and many times we have, okay, let me say this historically, and we don't think you would be there, but when people come to us and they do too much and they grow too fast, they don't do well. I mean, it's just too many moving parts. And you can't even say 100%, well, was it faculty or was it students or whatever? It's just numbers. And so putting it like that and reducing it to 60, and you can do however it is you want to do. I'm a little more comfortable with that because I'm still deciding more than we usually do. And many times it's like 30 in January and 30 in August. So you have 60 in a year, but you had that time to do that. And I know you have great faculty, and I want them to do it, and I want more nurses. I mean, we all have the same goals. So I think that's just what I would prefer a motion like that.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
I'm the board's lawyer. I didn't read the proposal for decision, but there's a lot of math going on right here, and and it's and I kind of wanted to, I want to kind of understand, if it don't mind, I want to understand the math. It's 70. We talk about 75. Is that just the class? 75 people start in the fall, and then that doesn't happen again until the next fall. Another 75, and presumably you're going to break that 75 group up into 4 different sections. And I guess I heard that in those, that's your proposal. In those 4 different sections, there's going to be an integration. It's not going to be like 40-40 of the traditional and 40, 15, 18, whatever, 18, 17 of the, they'll be integrated. So it's 75 integrated into 4 sections. And it all begins in the fall, and that doesn't repeat itself until the next year after that. And then the, and part of your proposal hinges, or I guess part of your business model, if you want to call it that, of hiring your faculty hinges on the number, does it hinge on the number of people that you are admitting? And so you have 3 people under contract, 2 in August, and then another 2, 7 full-time faculty presumably begins that fall period too. Did I hear that right?
So we have 2 faculty currently. We have 3 under contract, and then during the next academic year, we'll increase that by 2 additional for a total of 7.
That wouldn't be in the, your proposal wouldn't have, that wouldn't be in the fall. That would be sometime during the academic year. I guess whenever something happens in your curriculum where you need more of a faculty to disperse amongst the sections.
As they go into the second year of the traditional BSN.
So that's so that would happen in a year from now, really, for that. Okay.
In fall 2025.
Now, there's a lot of suggestion by our board members here, and they're feeling that maybe the number should be smaller of the approval here, around the 60 range, which I guess, is that through your math? Would that be still sections of 20 integrated?
Yeah. Well, in general, the class size as in eds, we offer a personalized education. So as institution, we just don't go over that. That's just not nursing. So we always
haven't really decided what the section sizes are going to be, but no more than 20.
Right. That's
Is
correct.
That what you're saying?
Yeah.
And does the as you hear the intent, the thoughts of the board, is it affect your back to the business model of hiring faculty? How would you say that would?
It does, because there is pro forma, that is a return on investment, really, that is presented to the Board of Trustees, in particular at this earlier stage in the context of the investment. So we have developed that based on the number of students, the number of faculty that we hire. And remember that we have the flexibility with the adjuncts, that they are not full-time. It allows us a little more flexibility that, but certainly, yes, it's very math-based how we really develop, of course, the business model based on the expectations of the responsible board that we have. So we will redo the math, but the commitment is the same to offer a personalized education.
Okay, we need to have a motion. So and if the others, have an opinion or whatever, so I think 75 is too many. If we did 30 and 30, or one was 35,
You would
that's
reduce
10.
by 1 faculty member. You would reduce by 1 faculty member,
Mm-hmm. It's a 10 to 1.
which they don't even have yet. So.
Mm-hmm.
But
during the second admission, they'll have 40, because it says here, second admission will be 40 during the second academic year. So it'll increase in 2025 to 40.
So
'Cause that's what they're asking. That's what it's saying. I'm reading here.
Okay. I'm just on the motion sheet. I don't see that. So this one says.
Well, I think the suggestion is that the way 40, probably another 40 and another 35. That's kind of how you're going to go forward every year.
So the first year we're learning, but going forward it'll be the 40 and 35. Correct? Yeah. Am I correct? in
I'm
saying
sorry.
that?
That's the proposal. Every year.
Well, shall not admit more than 40 initial and 35 initial. And then that's just what it would keep saying. So if we did
Right, and
follow this enrollment for 2025.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Kathy Boswell. Would you all consider looking at decreasing those numbers? Just what would you consider? You've heard from several members. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are. And I'd look at the nursing director.
I would say 40 and 20. We feel very comfortable with bringing the students who are with us. We prepare with Accelerated. It's a different strategy. We know that we have the demand to start with us. We know that we have the infrastructure. We can take care of them. So we feel very comfortable in that domain. So if we want to keep it at 60, and I value all the great feedback and the commitment that you have to the success of the program that of course we share. But we feel very comfortable bringing them with us because we retain it, we graduate, and we know how to do that, right? So if it's going to be 60, which again we understand, I think the preference would be that it's 40-20.
So in that, would we want to keep it that way until we get an NCLEX result? Or do we want to do a 40 and 20 for the first admission, and then the second admission they can bump it up because they'll have a year under their belt with the program?
Well, with reporting to the consultants like we usually do about seeing how that's going.
The NCLEX.
No, I mean, there's not enough time for NCLEX is 2 years.
Exactly, it'll be 2026 by the time.
And so if things are going well and students are doing well and the consultants see that they're doing well,
Within that first year.
after that first year, they go back up.
They think a pass rate will be available after 1 year.
No.
So in the December of 25,
Next 2 years.
you don't want to graduate in December.
August of 25, the first accelerated BSN group will graduate. So then we would have a 2025 NCLEX pass rate.
Oh, because because they're a year.
Because that group will.
The others are 2 years.
Correct, yeah.
I think I don't have a problem with them taking it up that next year. If they are talking to you, you're seeing how it's going. We've done that before.
Yes.
I think just starting the 40 and the 20 and seeing how those 20 are doing, they'll be the first to take the tests. And then, they could go up to that if they're reporting to you, however we word that.
I'm getting confused.
We'll be monitoring, so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just have a point of clarification because I'm getting confused at listening to some of these numbers. So we are talking about a once per year admission. Is that right? Or just in the fall? Is that right?
Admission in the fall.
Now, one's going to finish earlier than the other.
Once in the fall? You admit once in the fall?
For the beginning of the program, yes. That's what we're asking, is that for the first year that we admit one time in the fall. And with the reduction, it would be 40 traditional BSN, 20 accelerated BSN, asking for the next year after our first NCLEX rates come out that we can admit in the fall and the spring.
Then twice a year.
For the traditional.
And that's the fall and the spring for admissions? I mean, both are going to be admitted twice a year?
After the first year.
So in year two, looking at the table you had here, year one admission would total 40. Year two, because you're doing two admissions, you would be bringing on 80 students technically.
40 in the fall, 40 in the spring.
Okay.
But we won't have results yet. Right? We won't have results for the traditional students.
Not until 2025.
Right.
Summer
so
2025.
Right.
Okay, so I think that it needs to be 40 traditional, 20 accelerated for that first year, and then stay at that enrollment through the 2025 when we've got results.
We have an
and
NCLEX
then
pass rate.
you could go up. You wouldn't be admitting twice next year.
Correct.
So this August, 60, next August, 60, we'll have those results, and then you could go to increasing in January. You would have a cohort.
As long as the results are well above 80%, yes.
Usually if the increase is more than 25%, they do have to get our approval. So we will be monitoring.
Okay. Are you writing that up?
I think so. I don't carry that.
So no spring admission in 25.
Correct.
Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Thank you.
They have to get the wording just right to give to Patricia.
Okay. And so the we should have something about the board staff monitoring. Is that what you're doing?
Well, they already do, right?
Board staff should. Yes. Yes. We have to get it on the. So that has you this year and next year in those same amounts, so you can move forward. And then, because you would want to increase more than that, you would come back to us about doing the, with monitoring, and then you will decide, you will.
I think we can also say that no additional admissions until we have a successful pass rate.
Okay. So board staff monitoring.
And those increases can be approved by staff. You're fully approved, you can make.
So we'll talk about
adjustments.
the numbers. The board staff will still conduct that on-site survey visit
That's
when
why
students are
board staff
enrolled and
can make
classes are
those
in
decisions.
session. And then,
The tricky thing is going to be getting them to test in the year 25. Think about that for your plan.
They can't do anything.
so they can't increase, and
The numbers of admissions until they have a successful NCLEX pass
pass
rate.
oh, I can't hear you. Can you get closer?
No increase in admissions until they have a successful NCLEX pass rate.
Okay.
that we usually only approve a 35 limit. I knew you
Until
had
full
accounted
approval.
for
Yes.
that was the difference to me.
We need to give this to her.
So really you have one program that students are entering and leaving at different points.
Okay. Okay, so for 3.2.13A, I'm going to make the motion to grant initial approval to the St. Edward's University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program in Austin, Texas, and impose the following conditions and requirements. The program should not admit more than 40 students in the initial cohort of the traditional track and 20 students in the initial admission cohort of the accelerated track in fall of 2024, and follow this enrollment pattern for the 2025 cohort. There'd just be one. Oh, yeah, yes, cohorts. Number 2, board staff shall conduct an on-site survey visit when students are enrolled and classes are in session. Board staff will monitor program progress. The program shall not increase enrollments until attaining full approval status. And that covers having the passing board
Yes.
rates. So, okay.
So I'll be coming to see you.
So, do I have a second?
I second. Laura Disk, I second.
Okay. Laura? Mm-hmm. Okay. So having a motion and a second, if there's no other discussion, we'll now take a vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
and Kathy Ship, myself, 4, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Thank you. So the motion passes. I know it's like having the labor and birthing a baby, but so congratulations on your program. I think you're going to do well.
Flip it.
Flip it. Yeah. So I know it seems difficult. We just, we want you to be successful and do well. And so, I don't know, did that come up for us to?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Thank you for the support.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Good luck.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you.
Do you have a knife?
Are we?
No, actually, I didn't because I was coming in a government building.
Oh, are you not allowed to have it?
I don't know, but I'm not going to take a chance. You want me to open that?
Yes.
Come on, thank you.
Are you carrying?
No.
So we are getting ready to hear Rio Grande Valley College in FAR. Could you give us about a 10-minute break? And if y'all come here, and then we'll be back. Okay, thank you.
Well, they're not Thomas shears, so. It's just they're
Okay, so now we'll move to 3.2.17, consideration of proposal to establish an apprenticeship track at Rio Grande Valley College in Pharr, Texas, associate degree nursing education program. And we have Dr. Hooper and we have Beverly. And do we have all the sheets for everybody? 1, 2, 3, 6.
Yeah. 6.
6. In between Dr. Hooper. Okay. Thank you. And so this is Beverly. Are you the one talking, or
I'm
Dr.
gonna
Hooper?
Start. She's gonna,
Okay, Dr. Hooper.
She's going to give you the real meat, but I'm going to start. Can you hear me okay?
It needs to be a little louder.
You have to swarm in.
It's on. Just bring it a little closer.
Is that better?
Yes.
Right. It's really a pleasure to come and to bring this report to you today and ask for your approval for an apprenticeship program at the Rio Grande Valley College. And Beverly Skloss has been working with this program, but I have been in constant contact with Desi at the end, Desi Holmes. She is the state apprenticeship director for TWC. And next to me is former Commissioner Alvarez. And if you remember, I told you about going to meetings discussing apprenticeships. He's the man that made that happen, and saw it through before he took a change. But we're delighted that he came today to see this event occur, and I'm going to ask him if he'll introduce other people that might be here behind the apprenticeships. I'm going to tell you the very little bit I know about apprenticeships and tell you I learned most of this from Desi or from Commissioner Alvarez. Apprenticeships started when we realized that there might be a possibility of getting government funding for apprenticeship programs in nursing. And that has created different feelings in different people because the word apprentice means a training of a profession. And nursing is something that not just has that training, but it has a tremendous educational pool of knowledge that must be gained in order to be a nurse. So the idea was if we could get a happy medium in there somewhere where we could use federal funding to help support students in nursing programs in order to help them become a nurse. And also it involved getting hospitals to buy in and be approved by the Department of Labor to be an apprenticeship hospital. And then it took a school that was willing to work with all the details and the agencies required to do that. Now, in order for a school to have an apprenticeship program, then they need to be approved by you to say that this apprenticeship program is in total compliance with the board rules. So that's the important point for us. By that, then we tell the Workforce Commission that they've been approved, and then they are the people that handle the putting the money through to the school. So I don't know what else there is. I'll give her a chance to say in a minute, but I want to introduce you to former Commissioner Alvarez, who led all of those work sessions and got this whole move started.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. So thank you all for allowing us to be here today. It's really exciting. I thought I was going to be one of the cheerleaders in the back, but the opportunity for you to address you and is certainly an honor. I'm being joined here today by Maritza Padilla, who is one of the executives of Doctors Hospital Renaissance, and you'll be hearing a little bit about what we're doing for this whole program. But I'm going to make this real short. We came to you all a couple of years ago just kind of sharing with you the idea of implementing an option for students, and that was the apprenticeship nursing program. Back in 2001, higher ed was given a directive from the legislature to come up with ways to actually increase the number of healthcare professionals, and we got that program. We actually got the report. And it was at that time, back in 2016, when I was appointed by Governor Abbott, that we started listening to stakeholders around the state of Texas. And we were trying to figure out a way, how could we increase the number of those individuals going into the nursing profession? And one of them was pre-apprenticeship programs in the high schools. So I had never even heard of the word. I had just been appointed. 5 days later, I'm traveling the state with higher ed and TEA. And then I heard that we needed to implement some type of program where we could actually do apprenticeship programs, But the reason a lot of individuals weren't going into this field was because they weren't getting paid to do their clinical work. So during my time, I was joined earlier by Commissioner Demerson, who's now working with the governor's office with the TEDC office. One of the things we did was trying to be innovative. We created an opportunity through WIOA funding. We had $15 million set aside, and I asked my fellow commissioners if we could use that money to pay students while they were doing clinical work. Higher Ed approved it. It seemed to be a great idea, and that's happening now. So those individuals that will be going through this program that you're going to be witnessing or hearing from today will actually get paid while they're doing clinical work, thanks to people like Desi Holmes who made that possible. And also for us in Texas to be recognized as the first state in the country, to our board, first state in the country to actually implement the registered nursing program. And hopefully we'll continue to spread this program with other schools around the state of Texas. So grateful that we're here. Thank you for taking time to listen to us, and I'll have everybody else introduce themselves, but we do have representation from not only the sponsor, Doctors Hospital Renaissance, but members of the RGV College team with us.
Dizzy, did you want to talk first?
Good afternoon, and we are so excited. I won't use the same words I said to you. So excited to be here today to hopefully get this approved by you, because it is an exciting way for another career pathway for individuals that can't go specifically their life on hold to go to college, that during this period of time they can work and support their family needs or their self needs. And Commissioner Alvarez covered most of it. We had the hospitals coming to us saying they wanted to explore other options, and apprenticeship seemed to be the best option. And like he said, the commission approved $10 million at that particular time, and hopefully they will continue to approve money to help pay for clinicals and the training for the registered nurse career pathway, because Texas so needs, the nation so needs more nurses. But like he said, we did clear some obstacles because industry almost demanded it. The paid clinicals, when we started convening the healthcare and we invited THECB and TEA to the table, that's when the paid clinicals got removed from the requirements with THECB, was when we were starting this process, because the clinicals kept it from being an apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is full-time work and training. So industry and then the Higher Education and the Workforce Commission pushed forward what industry was demanding, basically. So hopefully you listen to what they have to say. I've listened to what they've put together. I hope that you question them like you did the last group. That was very interesting to me. And
They're like, no.
But don't say no. Hopefully you question them, get all your answers that you need, and you will approve them to go forward, because it just sounds miraculous to me that they've moved this forward. So I'll shut up.
Okay, thank you very much. The purpose of this agenda item is to request board approval for a nursing apprenticeship track to be established at the Rio Grande Valley College LVN to ADN program. The plan was developed by a team of nurse leaders at Rio Grande Valley College and Doctors Hospital at Renaissance Health, hereafter known as DHR, and DHR is in Edinburgh, Texas. The Texas Workforce Commission previously determined that nursing could be classified as an apprenticeable occupation. This allows the U.S. Department of Labor funds to be applied to nursing education in Texas. The process for being awarded funds involves approval of a sponsoring healthcare facility, followed by approval of a nursing program based upon their meeting all of the Department of Labor requirements. TWC reviews and monitors the plan and issues the funding. TWC requests board approval of the apprenticeship plan to ensure compliance with board rules. The major difference between the apprenticeship track and the program's traditional one-year LVN to ADN program is 24 additional clinical hours per week for apprentices, which would be equate to two 12-hour shifts, correct? Yeah. These additional clinical hours will be with a nurse preceptor at DHR. Both tracks will complete the program in the same time period. Rio Grande Valley College is requesting to begin this track in May of 2024, which is very soon. So I will now ask the representatives from Rio Grande Valley College and DHR to introduce themselves and share the key points about the apprenticeship proposal and to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you all. My name is Joel Mario Ramos. I'm the Director of Nursing for the ADM program at Rio Grande College. I'm very honored to be speaking in front of all you guys. So just a quick recap of this program. This program is meant to have students be able to have additional hours of clinical with a preceptor. As we all know, when we finish our nursing program, we usually get 90 days with a mentor. Sometimes 90 days isn't enough. This program will allow our students to be in a one-year track at our college where they will be having a one-to-one apprentice preceptor, and they will be able to go through different modalities, which is pediatrics, maternity, med-surg, mental health, and they will be able to have additional hours of one-to-one training with their preceptor. Now, going back to different conferences I've been over the past couple of years, they always talked about clinical judgment. We just changed NCLEX back in 2023 to Next Gen because we had a lot of students that weren't having that clinical judgment, creating a lot of errors with patients, jeopardizing patient safety. I believe that this apprenticeship program will allow these selected students that enroll to be able to have that one-to-one mentorship and be able to hone in and be competent nurses so that when they go out into the workforce, we can have that safe environment for our patients. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Annabelle Palomo Rodriguez. I'm actually the college president to RGV College. I also have some additional staff that I do want to introduce. I have two of our executive directors, Ms. Mary Williams, who was instrumental in working with DHR in putting our proposal together, and Mr. Michael Ortega, who's here for support. More than anything, as the college president, I assure you, as far as the support that is needed to make sure that we roll out this apprenticeship correctly and successful. A little bit of our history, I was before you maybe 14 years ago for the VM, and I can relate to the people that were here because that was me. Anyway, but 15 years later, we come back with actually educating the second largest number of vocational nurses in the state of Texas, and now being very successful with our ADM program. So hopefully that you'll support us in this initiative.
Good afternoon, board members. Currently serving as a director for employee education. My name is Elizabeth Diaz. Thank you so much for having us today. Again, recognizing Ms. Maritza Padilla, who's joining us in the audience. She's our chief of staff, really integral here in making this initiative possible with our organization. So we thank you for having us, and we're open to any questions you have regarding the program. You know, this is an accountability measure that we're having before you all. You know, we've had it with the Department of Labor. We're here to, get your blessing to move forward with a proposal that, again, is life-changing for those members who go through a program of this nature. So thank you.
Madam President and esteemed members, my name is Nori Zapata. I serve as the VP of Nursing Education and Professional Development at DHR Health. I have served as a nurse for 11 years. I have dedicated the last 4 years to nursing education and previously was a dual enrollment instructor at a local high school. So education is deep rooted in me. As VP of Nursing and Professional Development, I strive with my team at DHR Health to provide our nurses and nursing students the latest evidence-based practices to provide excellent care for our patients while providing a beneficial experience for our nurse apprentice. So we're really excited about this initiative and we are hoping to get your blessing today.
Okay, sorry about that. So they'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about the program. I know you have the information in the report. And one other thing I want to say about this program is they do graduate a lot of nurses. The Rio Grande Valley extremely short. I know there's a shortage of nurses everywhere, but there's a big time shortage down the Rio Grande Valley, and I've been in that area most of my life, all but 15 years of it. So I know that there's a lot of need, and their pass rates for their VN program and their associate degree program have been phenomenal ever since they've started both of these programs. So I just wanted to let you know that.
I just have, Kathy Boswell, I just had a question to clarify. I'm sure it's here, but I've read it and I can't find it now. But when you have your apprenticeship program, you've got 20 to 40 budgeted that you can put in this program. When you do your program, will you have some, is it commingled with those that are not in the apprenticeship program, or it's going to be purely?
That is correct. We only have one track in our program. The only difference is that students who are selected and want to apply to the apprenticeship program will have a job with DHR that would be their apprenticeship, but it is the same track. Students will go to the same didactic lectures, the same instructors, the same exams. Everything will be exactly the same. They'll just have that additional apprenticeship track.
Well, how many are in that track total, or with these?
So this would be our cohort 11 that starts in May. Currently, we enrolled 30 students. Out of these 30 students, we have 16 who showed interest in the program, and out of those 16, 7 have already applied for the apprenticeship program.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Madam President, I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. Kathy Lederhorn, I represent LVN Practice. A couple of questions. I do know after Commissioner Alvarez, his that the monies that are available, that you will have priority when you take, and it's the clear linkage. So of your apprenticeship, that you're given priority with the funds if you have a clear linkage. So if you have LVNs that are in your internship that are going on to get their ADN, that you have a better chance or priority of getting those funds. Are any of your LVN to ADN students are they the focus of the apprenticeship, or is it just your traditional ADN student?
So thank you for your question. Our program is a bridge program, so all our students are already LVNs.
Okay.
They're in an LVN to RN program, yes.
Okay. And do any of those LVNs already work for DHR?
Great question. Yes, some of them already work for DHR, so they would have a transition into this new role within their organization.
Thank you. I love to see acute care facilities allowing LVNs a seat at the table. My next question is, I know hospitals. I signed on with a hospital after I graduated. I had a 1-year stint. I signed a contract. Will there be a contract signed by your students? Will they have a commitment to your facility? And what happens if I really don't want to work here? What happens? Do they have to pay back money, or is just the funds from the state enough?
Thank you for that question. So yes, some of the applicants that are interested in pursuing this route as apprenticeship are currently employed with us. And so we are blessed enough to have an opportunity to fund their tuition. And also with this program, the uniqueness of on-the-job learning, we are asking them for a commitment, but there's, matters of, of transitioning, life happens, we understand. And so there's definitely incentives that we use towards the funding that we've utilized to pay. It's about $60,000 to take an apprentice through this program. But the commitment that we're asking at this time is about 4 years from them, 4 years for them to be able to be committed. But the positive here is that they're already within our organization.
Right.
For them, they're looking for that next level. And this is a great partnership that we have with RGV College to offer them that opportunity.
And how much did you say? Because I thought, didn't the state guidelines say that it was $6,000 per apprentice? Am I wrong? I remember reading that.
As I'll go on record, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
As I'll go on record, Commissioner Alvarez always laughs. TWC's goal is never to pay all the training. There's not enough money to pay for all the training.
Right.
Each apprentice only is awarded through the system $6,000.
Okay, that's what I thought. So then you guys, it costs a lot more than that.
Yes.
So that's where the hospital comes in.
Correct.
That's
So
where.
our organization is committing or investing rather $60,000 to be able to fulfill the needs of our nursing shortage here.
Okay, that makes sense. That's where the whole back scratching thing comes in. I figured it came out somewhere. Thank you. So sorry.
Madam President. But those that aren't in the apprentice program don't get the $6,000, and they don't have to do the other. They don't do the 212s. Is that right?
That is correct. Those students that do not want to participate in the apprenticeship program will still.
Well, they can't all. I mean.
Well, yeah.
I think.
Not all of them applied.
Mm-hmm.
So those students will still have the same clinical hours and the same lecture hours as the students who are in the apprenticeship program.
Okay, but the apprenticeship hours are in addition, are they not?
Correct.
To the hours that the program is already approved to have.
Correct. It's in additional hours.
Do those people that don't do the apprenticeship, are they still under the same sort of, if they get they get opportunity for tuition payment too, right? For the regular course with the same commitment, I guess, deals that y'all might, the 4-year deals? Is that right?
Yeah, and so that's a blessing our organization has to be able to provide to upskill. But I would like to recognize and acknowledge that we understand this pathway isn't for everybody. So we are doing our due diligence and, having those conversations on a panel level of, do you have the support system? Do you have, the right framework to be able to be successful in this program? And so we understand that that's the reality. Not all of our members would be eligible or, feasible to go through a program of that nature.
And not all of your currently employed LVNs are going to apply for the apprenticeship. Will they still maintain their jobs? All of that, because the coursework is 3 days a week. So then you have, those other days to do your regular job. So I just don't want any non-apprentice to be a second-class citizen. Or no. That,
Oh, no, of course not. And if I may, just to clarify your question, so people that are, you're saying that if they don't work for DHR, but they're LVNs, only those enrolled in the nursing program at RGV College can qualify to go into the apprenticeship program.
Right, but if I'm an LVN and I'm in your program, but I don't want to be a part of the apprenticeship, but I'm still slugging on a med surge floor or whatever, I still get to keep my job. I'm just, okay.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes.
And that might be why some have not applied, because they might be in other jobs that maybe their employer, they're wanting to grow with that other employer. So nowhere where there'll be a distinguished.
Or my years of service would go away because I'm signing a new thing.
Exactly.
So now I'm no longer an employee of 10 years. Now I'm a newbie year 1. So I could see that being an issue.
Or they don't want to commit to 4 years.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Kathy, I have one more question. I'm sorry, can't go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I'm just trying to get it all straight in my mind. It's a great program. It sounds wonderful. Kathy Boswell, I represent ADN Education. Now, I have a question for you. Is this program just for RN students, or is it for VNs? I know you're doing the VN to or LVN to ADN.
That's really a question.
So currently, with the Department of Labor, we only have it now for the ADN, LVN to ADN, but would be more than happy to welcome VN students into the apprenticeship program. So if that's something that's in our future.
And I think it's like CNA to LVN. So then that upwardly mobile. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. What safety nets do you have for these students that are doing the apprenticeship program but are not successful during the didactic, or are showing that they're not successful during the didactic portion? Are you going to pull them from their apprenticeship, or what are you guys planning on doing?
So that's a great question. So if a student is enrolled in our college and unfortunately does not do well academically in didactic lecture or fails the clinical course or a didactic course, unfortunately they will not be able to move forward in the program. Therefore, they cannot move forward in apprenticeship as well. So they will be removed from the apprenticeship program. However, there is still employment opportunities with DHR. Doesn't necessarily mean they will be let go or fired from DHR. DHR is willing to work with the students so that they may be able to stay since they are already LVNs. But as far as our program, if they do fail a course, they unfortunately get dropped. Therefore, they will also get dropped from the apprenticeship program.
But what about during the semester? Say you're noticing a trend. Say maybe it's not their first semester, they're in the second semester of this, and you start noticing a downward trend. Do you pull them from the program and put them in the regular course? So to see if their grades come back up?
Well, we do have midterm and final evaluations that we do in our program to talk to students about how they're doing academically. But if a student is still at a passing rate or they're maybe not be able to pass, we do have an agreement with DHR where we will be sharing student information as far as grades so that DHR knows if a student is compliant and is at risk for not passing so that they can start any process that they need to do on their end to be able to remove them from apprenticeship.
So they're not locked in, is what you're saying. So they could, so if they start failing or start not doing good in like the second semester, they can walk or they can step back from the apprenticeship and go into the regular LVN to ADN program instead of failing and then having to start over?
It's the same track. They won't be going. They'll not be in a. If they don't want to participate in apprentice anymore, they have that option.
Okay.
But they won't be going to another track. It's the same track. We only have one program.
Okay.
Yeah, we only have one program.
So in essence, they would not be in the apprenticeship program, but they could stay in the regular track without, because maybe they need that extra time. Right.
Exactly, just to make sure that they can improve on their grades so they don't fail out.
Right.
So they still...
I knew what you were getting at.
Thank you.
Because
Sorry,
some
I
people
didn't know if I
cannot
was
do all
English
those
incorrect.
hours and succeed. Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah.
So they want to
And so what is their commitment at that point if they didn't complete the program, the apprenticeship requirement?
Well, if they decide to not continue with apprenticeship, as Mr. Johnson's question, if they're struggling with their grades and they maybe don't want to commit to those extra hours, of course, we're all about student success. And if that's something that they want to not be, regulated to do and have that commitment, we're more than happy to be able to talk to DHR and remove them from the apprenticeship program. But like you said, they're not tied in. If they want to, at any point in time, remove themselves from the apprenticeship program, they are more than welcome to do so.
So I come from Lubbock, and we still have a diploma school of nursing there, which is one of the few in the country. And so the hospital is attached to that school. And so forever, our students have worked and had tuition help and all, and they do so well. So, anytime you can get some extra clinical, and even now with the economy like it is and the struggles, the kids can't pay their bills, and then they have childcare, and so I didn't see all of that, but I also think it's kind of good. Sometimes they even had childcare available to help some of those, and I don't know if y'all have anything like that or any.
So I stepped down as the commissioner and I started working for DHR and Lone Star National Bank.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things that I did was they wanted me to bring what we were doing at the workforce level statewide, like we did in Lubbock, and implement that for the Rio Grande Valley. So Maritza Padilla, who's here with me, we are right now in the process of establishing an on-site child care facility for DHR because of, and I think we mentioned that the last time we were here, again, because of my experience with TWC, the Biden administration had been influxing the states. I mean, all the states were receiving money during the pandemic, and we were actually paying for child care facilities to stay open, even though they were closed. So that was a $10 million investment we were making every month. But one of the things that they asked me when I transitioned from working in state government to the private sector was, could we implement the same type of program you were doing around the state, like a Toyota or some of the other companies, and implement on-site childcare, making it affordable? So again, they've also been, and they haven't mentioned it, but they've also been on the receiving end of the skills development grant and the high demand grant that TWC awarded for upscaling current employees. So we had somebody that was ground maintenance, or somebody who was in the cafeteria worker, and those people now are phlebotomists, or they're doing x-ray tech. And that came as a result of our experience with TWC and the willingness from DHR. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, because shift work makes it hard for dropping off your kids and picking up your kids, because that's not your regular, like 8 to 5. And then also, I think that it is really good because employees could even go see their kids at lunch. When they're in daycare, it's just about being, helping these kids be present and be better, and helping it's besides going to school. So thank you for that.
Well, I'm Laura Disk. I represent nursing practice, and I've been holding my comments, waiting to hear what my fellow board members have to say. But I want to commend you all and let the rest of the team here know that both RGV College and DHR are grassroots healthcare organizations who have really improved healthcare in South Texas, in my community, and I'm very proud, and I think the things that y'all are doing are amazing, and I'm grateful for that, and I hope you all recognize what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or statements, or do I have a motion?
Madam President, move to approve the apprenticeship program at Rio Grande Valley College Associate Degree Nursing Education Program in FAR, Texas, to begin in May 2024 with monitoring as indicated in the attached board letter and board order attachment number 5.
Maisie Jameson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. And so if no other discussion, if we can take a vote. Kathy Boswell.
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself, 4. And Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Great. Motion passes. So great. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's great. I think your labor wasn't as hard as some others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Oh, yes.
Good to see you. Thank you for your hard work.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Nice seeing you again.
dedication.
Yes.
Best wishes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I went somewhere else.
You guys need to not talk so much over here.
Other commissioner. Whatever he was with.
Vote for me.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to get his opinion on. Yes, it's.
Just need it.
Oh, really?
The next one.
Well, man, running out of juice.
Steve, they have another program to go
About
through.
325.
They have one more school to go through.
Okay, here he is.
I know it's all out there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're running a little bit behind, so
They went through the whole,
are you ready? Okay, great. So at this time, we're going to go to 3.2.12B, Tarleton University. Considering of change in approval status from full approval with warning to conditional. Tarleton University in Stephenville, Texas, baccalaureate degree nursing education program.
Good afternoon. Tarleton State University School of Nursing was established in 1976 in Stephenville, Texas. TSU added the BSN program in 1994 and was granted initial approval from the Board of Nursing in 1995. TSU is accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. TSU received initial national accreditation by the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, CCNE, in 1997. Current CCNE accreditation is active through June 30th, 2024. Dr. Ramona Parker, Dean of the School of Nursing, was approved to serve as interim program director by board staff on April 11th of 2023. Due to the changes in status from full to full with warning approval in 2023, an in-person survey was completed in May of 2023, and the program implemented many corrective measures. In February of 2024, due to the 2023 NCLEX pass rate of 74.76, the director was notified that the program's approval status would most likely change from full approval with warning to conditional, and the implications of this change were explained. You have a copy of the program's response to the board report. Dr. Ramona Parker, Executive Dean and Associate Vice President of the School of Nursing, and Dr. Diane Stearns, Provost and Executive Vice President, are here to present information and address your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Executive Director, and Board of Nursing Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and answer any questions you may have about my written responses to the recommendations and our request to remain on full approval with warning for the 2024 calendar year. I want to share a bit of our story. However, before I get started, I want to take a few moments to give thanks. I first want to thank Dr. Diane Stearns, Drs. Donnelly and Hooper for their ongoing support and encouragement during these extraordinary times. The inherited circumstances were beyond what I could imagine. Drs. Donnelly and Hooper have been available to me at any time and have answered every question I have asked with grace and understanding. While I know we are not the only program to experience challenges to this scale, they made me feel we were the only ones, as evidenced by their availability and their concern. I also want to thank the faculty and staff members of the School of Nursing at Tarleton State, those who remained, and the newest members of the learning community. Those who have remained have had to dig deep to be part of an honest appraisal of what was working well, what was not, and what steps we needed to take to advance the program towards better outcomes. The newest community members have brought additional positivity. They are partners and collaborators in achieving high standards for the nursing program. As the team continues to form and storm, the team's commitment and dedication are palpable. Obvious during interviews and in our working groups, I cannot thank them enough for taking the posture to breathe and believe, to trust each other, to trust the learners, to trust the process. We are one team with one purpose. Lastly, I want to thank my mentors and my parent. As I've moved back into nursing education, I had several individuals I could lean on who were there during my educational route, clinical practice, and administrative roles over the years. They invested in my life by identifying and cultivating my skills, Along with my mother, they exemplified the principles that are forever imprinted to include rising above mediocrity, striving for excellence, demonstrating compassion and care, holding yourself accountable, engendering shared responsibility, and mean what you say and say what you mean. When I reached out to these nurse mentors, former School of Nursing deans, they were there to listen and support me during the difficult times over this past year. They held me up. They provided guidance. While my mother, fondly known as Mama Parker amongst my friends and mentors, is no longer with me, she gave me the tools to lead bravely and courageously. Her steadfast desire for her daughter to be the very best, with all that encompasses, at everything she does, has left an indelible mark on my career and life. Thank you, Mother. In the summer of 2022, I was invited to join Tarleton State University as the Executive Dean and Associate Vice President for the newly formed College of Health Sciences. I was excited to receive the call from Dr. Stearns. I am happy now, as I was then, to be part of a university where our president has heavily emphasized being part of the community solution to address healthcare deserts. On March 28, 2023, my professional plans changed. As our dean of 10 months left for other pursuits, I was asked to serve as the acting dean for the School of Nursing. During this long transition, we have faced many challenges and remain steadfast in elevating our climate and transforming our culture. A few strategies I implemented included organizational structural changes, clarifying and codifying guidelines and practices aligned with our parent institution, and developing and adhering to accountability measures for faculty and staff and learners, supported by the Texas Board of Nursing and CCNE guidelines, standards, and practices. These changes and others have resulted in a healthier work and learning environment. Yes, we have hired 7 new faculty members since October 2023, 4 of which transitioning from clinical practice to the academy. Our first-time pass rates are 96.3 for the first half of this calendar year. Faculty are more engaged in the School of Nursing's decision-making process. Learners are part of committee structures, and learners have more opportunities to engage with the dean. These few outcomes demonstrate a hardwired team committed to being part of the solution for effective and transformative cultural and programmatic change. While more opportunities and challenges lie ahead, we are in a position for greater success. We have delayed the start of 19 students to the fall of 2024, and therefore are deeply committed to fulfilling our obligation to have them take their seats. In addition, if we remain with our current status, we would admit 41 qualified candidates from our applicant pool of over 170, 31 in our traditional track, and 10 in our LVN to BSN track. This will support ongoing quality improvement strides, maintain financial resources to support our nursing program, assist in recruiting qualified faculty, administrative staff, and a permanent dean, maintain a track to professional nursing for LVNs who wish to seek this pathway, reset and redefine reasonable cohort sizes based on available resources. In closing, I appreciate your generous consideration for our request to maintain our status as full approval with warning. As a nurse, As an educator and executive dean of the College of Health Sciences for Tarleton State University, I am proud of our team's progress towards achieving excellence in our nursing program. With your continued support, I believe we will meet, exceed, and sustain all required standards for full approval in the coming months and into the future. Thank you very much. Guys, have any questions?
I was trying to see, so the first-time pass rate for fall 23 cohort testing in 24 is 96.15. And so how many is that?
That was 54. We had 54 students eligible to that graduated, eligible to sit for the exam, and 52 have successfully passed.
So none of them took in 23? They graduated in December?
Yes, graduated in December. They did not.
And they did not?
Yeah.
Madam President. Good evening, good afternoon. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice. I reside in Granbury. My daughter is a Tarleton State University incoming freshman. Number one, it really concerns me that you've had 5 directors. I was wondering if you could speak, not necessarily where you're at now, but was it just bad hiring choices? Was it personal things, that sort of thing? I'd be interested to know that, and I know that you've taken it seriously. However, I think that speaks a lot. Can you speak to that about the 5? I think it's 5 directors.
It says.
So, good afternoon. I'm Diane Stearns. I'm the provost, and I also joined Tarleton State around the same time as Dr. Parker. So I became provost in the summer of 2022. And so I can't necessarily speak to the previous administration, but we have been under the leadership of James Hurley since 2019. I replaced the provost, and I think if I want to be respectful of the previous administration that I don't fully understand, but I think Dr. Parker and I were surprised at what we learned as soon as we got to campus and the extent to which from a provost perspective, I don't think the oversight of the school or the college was appropriate or enough. And so we really have, first I want to thank the board for the guidance we've received from you. I'm here to promise that we have full institutional support for both your guidance and for Dr. Parker as we're trying to turn this around. And I think with the advice that we've received from Dr. Hooper and Dr. Donnelly, we have made significant changes, and we fully intend to have stable leadership. We've had large changes in hiring. We've lost faculty. We've gained new, hopefully better faculty. We're committed to sustaining these changes and keeping the program successful.
And just out of curiosity, I was wondering, as an LVN in practice in Hood County as well, you had mentioned in your program proposal that if the change was made and you moved to conditional, that your number one was that you're going to get rid of the LVN to RN tract. And I didn't understand that would be a that was one of the solutions for the current problem, was to get rid of that tract. That was interesting to me.
If that was stated here or written, that's not. That was miscommunicated. The track will stay. We would like to enroll 10 into the LVN program, or in that track, and 31 into the traditional track. So we currently have students in those tracks. I think what I'm trying to demonstrate is the recognition of the amount of resources we have. I have demonstrated over the past couple of semesters decreasing our enrollment in both tracks to sort of reflect, again, the resources that we have in terms of faculty. So that track would not be removed.
Okay, number one, it says an entry pathway to professional nursing for LVNs in the state. So I guess that's the word may, but I mean, that was number one. And I was like, so that's your solution?
No.
That track, because that was number one. Did anybody else read it that way, or was it just me?
It's not prioritized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just so.
Because I take it as if y'all do this, this is what's going to happen to us, and maybe I read it wrong, or maybe the intent was different.
I think the rule states that you could deny us enrollment.
Correct.
So if you deny enrollment, we have students still in the program.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we want to continue to enroll those students who may wish to, the LVNs who may wish to continue that pathway.
Don't you have high numbers? Well, it would seem to me, I think there was, what was it, 202?
Very large cohort.
That was a pretty large cohort for you guys coming in and already seeing some deficits. So in 2023, you had 206 total, and of those 206, 154, that's quite the tall order, especially coming in seeing when you hit the door, there was already deficits there. And that's a large cohort, so.
What are the sizes of the cohorts that you're going to admit should you continue on the warning status?
Yeah, so we would admit the total number would be, let me look at my notes real quick. So the total number would be 41, plus the 19 that we have deferred. So a total of 60.
How many admissions per year do you have? Is it a spring, fall?
Spring twice. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you say spring twice?
Spring and fall.
Fall and spring. We admit twice a year.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
What changes have you made to your curriculum? I think we had a previous program, and it was pretty obvious that they had done a lot. I don't see that. I do see the chart, but what are some of the changes to your curriculum that you've made?
Yeah, so the way I look at it is curriculum design. So one of the things that we did in the summer is I had the faculty really look at how their courses were designed. So how many exams were they having per week, for example? When I met with the students, that seemed to be a challenge. What activities were they offering in the classes that really were a value add rather than just kind of having activities? So we really worked on, I would say, curriculum design versus changing any of the content because, again, that's being monitored, but we're also moving towards a competency-based educational model soon, and we have to get working on that. So this curriculum has been changed multiple times before we got here, before I arrived, and so it really was just stopping, taking a step back and looking at the design of the courses and really having the faculty work more together within the semester and across the semesters. And I think it's really, again, just shown a remarkable improvement in the learning environment. There's lots of other things that we've done, but just to answer that question.
So you'll have one more cohort taking the NCLEX this year?
We'll have 95 students graduate in May, and they will take their exam sometime in May, June, and July.
And then nobody else will graduate for the rest of the year?
Well, they'll graduate fall 2024.
Is that December?
December. Mm-hmm.
You're going to have some taking?
We might, yeah.
Okay.
So that cohort number is... that cohort number is 79.
It's a very large cohorts.
Mm-hmm. And the 90.
Dr. Hooper, so with those, the May and then the December cohorts, if we did in fact put them to conditional, if they were on conditional, when can they come back to seek? With the May graduates testing, it would probably.
It'd be a year. It'd be a year.
Okay. A year from now?
A year from when it's decided upon that, yes. Is that correct, Jan? I believe that's.
Not quite.
It gets complicated.
Yeah.
We have a program that's really, on the edge. And once we know what the total pass rate is going to be for that year, we go ahead and bring it back to the board and say, we know there will be no more graduates, and we know this is the pass rate, and we're recommending they go back to full approval. But
that would be next April?
no, it wouldn't have to be in April.
January, right?
January.
January.
If they get
It
a
could be
2024
January.
pass
So
rate,
then
then
it's-
you know.
Right.
Pardon?
If they get to test.
Yeah,
They go back in.
no, there's a lot of testing centers in the DFW area, so.
Yeah,
that
they
won't
can
be an
test.
issue.
And Kathy, can I just address something that you mentioned about the curriculum? When Jan and I did the survey, we really advised that they not make a change to their curriculum because there'd been so much change in the process of everything anew. So that's some of our requirements that we recommended. I shouldn't say
Right.
that they don't make that change right off.
Well, and I'll just say, I mean, for me, I think you have put in, I think you guys inherited a nightmare, but I do feel like that the cohorts are pretty large. I'm more of the bent to go ahead and move you to the conditional until we have the pass rates that show that. And that's not a diss to you guys, because like I said, I mean, y'all have done so much, and I don't want it to be a detriment. I mean, obviously, especially to the area, but as a board member, I just don't know that what has been done in the short time that y'all have been there is enough.
I kind of see this as a work year. I mean, to really beef up and help these 96, and we have schools that are bringing in reviews and mentoring and tutoring, and really get those 96 going well, and then that. Did you say 70 something?
Yes.
And I mean, you really pour into them everything you can, and then you would know in January. I just don't think you need to take any more right now. I mean, I think your hands are full and you've got so much work to do, and you're already trying to do it. And that way, and if you can see how you're going, and we can see in January, we can tell you that you can start admitting again and just spend this year as working instead of, and it's not your fault or where you're at.
Not.
So I just want to, there's so many things that we've done, and we could probably take the rest of the day. So we do have, one of the things we did implement was mentorship. So each of the faculty are mentors to our students that hadn't been there before. We have brought in external third vendor parties to help work with the students. They've gone through one of those exercises. They'll go through a second one in May. So we've really invested into this group of students, and have been since I've been in this role. Even as executive dean, we've invested a lot of time and effort and funding into ensuring that they have the academic support that they need. We have admitted 19 students. We just deferred their admissions to fall of 2024. So again, the university's feels very obligated to and committed to at least having those 19 students start and take their seat. They've enrolled in the classes, they've been admitted, so.
Why were they deferred? Sorry?
They were deferred based on the number of resources that we had. Couldn't take those students at the time with the amount of turnovers that we had with faculty. We've replaced a majority of those faculty already, and so we deferred 19 students to start to take their seats in the fall of 2024.
Could you tell me more about the third-party vendor and how they're participating?
Yeah, so they're vendors, they're organizations that do board prep. So they they meet with the students at what we call dedicated board prep time, and work with them to make sure they understand, the questions, how to look at those exams with next gen, etc.
And what is the relationship with them? How long will you have them or partner with them?
Oh, they're partnered for the entire year. We have one of the vendors that we've partnered. We're one of their, I don't know what you call it, one of their schools, flagship schools. But the students have access to all of those resources up until they take their board exams.
But your relationship with them, is it a year contract, 2 years, 5 years?
It's 3 to 5 years.
Continue to support?
Yes, every single cohort, yes.
This is Melissa Scott, and I would like some clarification on those 19 students.
Sure.
So if we do decide to go to conditional today, what happens to those 19 students? I need clarification on that.
I think I can answer that. Conditional, the way the order's written, is that they wouldn't be able to be admitted. Conditional.
Right.
I mean, they wouldn't be able to enroll, start their classes.
Right.
But they said they're already in classes.
I don't. I don't know what deferred means. If they're not currently in the nursing school, in the nursing program,
they haven't started their classes, so they've been admitted. They've enrolled in the classes. They just deferred. We deferred them to take their seats till the fall of 2024.
They have a difference of opinion on what that means.
Correct.
My advice to the board is that if they put you on conditional, that would not be, the deferment would not come to fruition.
And so then with, again, the scores coming in and the next cohort, group of cohorts being able to start again, would those 19 students be prioritized in that cohort?
Should they want to stay, yes.
Can you remind me what your vacancy rate, have you filled all your positions?
No, we have 8 vacancies.
8 faculty vacancies.
Correct.
So how many faculty do you have?
14. Full-time. And 25 adjuncts, and 7 of those 14 are new.
And if I could add, I'm sure you can imagine the difficulty we've had with our warning in hiring. We took the advice that we not seek. We were looking at an external interim to help guide us, but we're advised by the board not to do that. So Dr. Parker took on that role. So she's serving 2 full-time jobs right now. We are seeking to hire a permanent dean, but we've not been successful because I think they can tell no one wants to commit to us. And so my fear as a provost is that by losing the opportunity to continue our momentum with the significant changes that we've made and the turnaround in our pass rate, that it's going to hurt us. It's going to hurt the current students because we'll have trouble completing the hiring. We may even lose some of the faculty we've already brought on. So that's my fear, that we're going to drop in our momentum and end up worse than we are now instead of better.
Any other questions? Any other statements? Rick? No.
I don't know. Why not? I guess there was the overheard you mention that something about preventing you hiring. You were advised by a board to prevent the hiring? So you want to
We
clarify
sought, when we lost the dean for the School of Nursing, we were planning to hire an external interim so that we could turn things around, but we were advised by Dr. Hooper and Dr. Donnelly not to do that, to name an act. I don't mean to speak for you, but so we named Dr. Parker.
Our advice was that Dr. Parker stay in that role. She seemed to be effective. She had new ideas, and she was eager to move into another role, but we recommended she stay there and for stability in the program. I think that was what.
But she hadn't been named acting until you asked us to do that and not search and name an external interim. So at that point of your visit, we took your advice, formally named her acting interim, but she is doing 2 full-time jobs, and we are seeking to hire an external permanent, but that search has been unsuccessful. And what the firm is telling us is because they see that we are tenuous, and so we're kind of stuck, and I'm afraid we're going to drop.
And with the amount of change that they had with the directors, they had so many in that small amount of time that Dr. Hooper and I thought it would be best if Dr. Parker, who was knowledgeable about the program, stayed in that position and had some, grounding for the program. They were familiar with her, so we advised her to stay where she was.
Right. I think what's feared is that advice might have, not allowed them to go find someone else, which is, that would just be another person in a line of a lot of different people. So we understand.
Mm-hmm. I think we're going to have a motion, and before, and I'm glad to make the motion. I think I have 172 students. I think, did you say 96 and 76?
79.
For the year.
For year is what you have right now. And those 19 are not, you've told them they can come in, but you're not having classes with them and all. I think that is just large and huge. We're right now the middle of April. You've got to get these 96 ready to pass boards. And you have 76. Do you go to school in the summer?
Our LVN track does, yes.
Are those the LVNs included in that?
Correct.
That's the LVN to BSN. But this whole 172, if they do pass their everything, will have graduated by December.
Yes.
Okay. I feel like that's enough. I just feel like, we want you to be successful. We know you're working towards that. So I'm going to make a motion. And so this is, and the other board members can decide how they're going to vote. I'm going to move to change the approval status for Tarleton State University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program in Stephenville, Texas, from full approval with warning to conditional approval based upon review of NCLEX RN examination pass rates for 2023 and noncompliance with Rule 215 as indicated in the attached letter and board order. And do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
So there's a second and a motion. Any other discussion?
Madam President. Rick Williams, represent consumers. There has been progress from your 2022 to 2023 NCLEX pass rates. You said that you have, if I understand, you have a third-party vendor that comes in to help prepare the students to take this test. I guess I've got two questions. First of all, what exactly does that preparation look like? I mean, you obviously, if you had it at the end of 22 to 23, there has been progress. Can you tell me what does that preparation exactly entails?
So obviously, we believe our curriculum prepares the learners to be successful. But sometimes the learners need a bolus of information where it's over a period of 3 days, 3 to 4 days, where it's just very concentrated on learning how to take the exam, how to read the questions, to be able to choose the correct answers. Some of the vendors that we use are very interactive. They're very engaging. They get the learners excited about the content in a way that perhaps the faculty maybe supplement what the faculty have done over the past 2 years. So it's we call it dedicated board prep time. And there's no other classwork going on at that time. They're just doing board prep work. All through our curriculum, the students are introduced to board-like questions, so national board-like questions. So they always are introduced and engaging in that. But again, these 3 to 4 days of just dedicated prep time really seems to work for our learners, and has. With our 2023 pass rates, as you've seen, we went from, in 2022, we were 54%, we went up to 74.7, and now for this first part of the calendar year, we're at 96.3. So I think we've showed a steady increase based on all the investment the university has done, the changes that we've made structurally. I think it just indicates, I think the outcomes are indicative of what we've done.
Okay. And second portion of that question is, again, following up on my fellow board member's question about the 19 students being moved to conditional, meaning potentially you cannot admit those students. So what does that exactly mean? They'll have to go find another nursing school?
Correct. Or another major, another nursing program. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. So having a motion and a second, if there's no other discussion, we'll take a vote. Kathy Boswell?
Changing my name. Kathy Boswell, 4.
Laura Disk?
Laura Disk, against.
Carol Hawkins Garcia?
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson?
Ken Johnson, against.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself, 4. And Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, against.
So the motion passes, so that was a 6-3. So it does pass to move you to conditional. I foresee that if you work on these that you have, and have those results coming in, and we can see how close you are to December, and then you could go back to admitting if that you continue this trend that you have. But I think that we've shown that in good conscience, the majority feel we can't add any more students to your program at this time. And this allows you to do that good work for these that are there. We have to protect the public, and that's the students.
Okay, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Do we want 5 minutes? Okay, let's just take a 5-minute break real quick, and then we have review of the 2023 Survey of Employees Engagement results. Okay? Thank you. Okay, review of the 2023 survey of employee engagement results.
We don't have any meetings.
2023 survey of employee engagement results. Noel Lindet.
Take a plane and land it. Yes.
All right. Director, Institute for Organizational Excellence, University of Texas at Austin, and our Steve Zimmerman. Okay, thank you.
Great. Should I just take off? No, I just made that plane reference too. That was timely. So again, my name is Noel. Yeah, my name's Noel Landed. I work across the street at the University of Texas at Austin. It is good to be here. Thank you to see some familiar faces and some new faces. I love your new setup. This is much improved over hobby as well. And it's my pleasure to be here because I have a daughter who will be finishing her last semester at Texas Tech with a nursing degree. So she said any help I can give her on the NCLEX test, is that what it is? She said would be appreciated. So it's always nice to come talk to you all. I'm going to go through this presentation. I'd be happy to address questions whenever you have them. But just as a matter of framing it, this is something that's been going on in the state since the 70s. The Governor Clements at that time wanted to know how the people who work for the state of Texas felt about working for the state of Texas. Came from IBM, where they did morale and burnout studies, asked people at the University of Texas to do this. We primarily do our work in Texas, but we also work with about 35 other states. And my job is to take soft measures, how you think and feel about things, and translate those to hard numbers, because we know how you think and feel makes a big difference. If you like a restaurant, you like the food at the restaurant, you like the service at the restaurant, you like how close you can park at the restaurant, you're more likely to spend your hard dollars at that restaurant. And so we survey almost every state employee. We are finalizing that right now. So we just surveyed about 250,000 employees. Just as reference, we also do customer service surveys. Our big client is the Department of Public Safety driver's license offices. So if you need to know what driver's license office to go to, please contact me. I will set you in the right direction. We also do leadership assessments, custom products, exit surveys, and so forth and so on. So we do a lot of surveying. We base it on this idea that an organization if an organization, the first link of the chain agency, has a strong sense of mission and vision, and you all certainly do, and leadership can get behind that, and that makes it a strong link of chain. The stronger the leadership is, the stronger employee engagement is. The stronger engagement is, the more customers, both internal and external, are happy with the organization, and the more you have public trust, which I know is a big part of your mission and vision, to instill public trust in the nursing system. So we administered your survey earlier this year, or actually late last year in November and December. We broke you out into different categories based on your size, so you do have some additional breakouts by the organization, and you had 21 additional items. 2 of those items were specifically asked by your neighbor ERS. They like to get a good sense as to the impact of benefits and health insurance, so we asked 2 questions for ERS's standpoint. We also, as a matter of reference, we do provide several legislative reports. Whenever you go through Sunset, we send all your data to Sunset. We also do a Senate Finance and House Appropriations pay and benefit analysis. We do also for the Auditor's Office an intent to leave analysis. And there's some other random reports that we produce for the legislature. Your data is not reported individually. It's folded in with other organizations. The assessment had 48 items, primary items on it, and broke it into the different buckets of what the work group feels, how strategically oriented you are. We always look at supervision, workplace, the physical work environment, if you will, which is bound to have gone up. Community, sense of trust. IT is really important. Internal communication. We always ask employees about pay and benefits. That's where they're really intuitively aware to. Employee development, training, job satisfaction, work-life balance, and then employee engagement. You have a response rate on the survey which is really out of this world. The industry standard is typically about 40%. And so, but we've been doing this work so long in Texas, the state average is about, I think last time was 77% or 76%. You really excel past that as well, which is good. It was up. It did take a little dip there, I think, during COVID and stuff, but everything kind of took a dip. Your overall score, and I need to kind of preface this is on a scale of 500 with 100 being low. 500 being high. 300 is kind of the midpoint there, but to have perceptual surveys really mean something and have results show engagement along those lines, you have to be above the tipping point at 350. You are through the green zone into our blue zone above 400, which is excellent. It does mean, though, it could go up a little bit more, but that's a really good place to be. That means you have engaged employees. They're willing to give you your feedback. They trust the feedback that comes in, and it could go up and down from that point. If it goes down a little bit, that just means employees are just telling you what's wrong, what's not, and that's really good. But you're way in the blue zone, which is good as well. Doesn't mean there's not room to improve. Always room to improve, but it's a strong performing organization. You also have this scale, which it's the employee engagement scale. It's based off of Gallup. Gallup, the surveying organization, created what was called the Q12 back in the early 2000s. It took 12 items and said that these 12 items do a great job at measuring employee retention, employee productivity, employee satisfaction, all kinds of things. I was really happy when I saw that study because we had been asking 11 of the 12 things since the 70s. And so we added in the 12th thing, and our benchmarks match fairly good with what's out there nationally. However, I do have to say that Gallup just released a study, and the state of Texas is exceeding the benchmark for state employees for engagement. So I think that's a positive thing. You all have blown past that with about 2/3 of employees in the engaged bracket. You want more than 50%. You like that disengaged in the single digits. That moderately engaged, that 27%, is probably where you can maybe get a little more push at moving people up, but that's still a very strong score. When we look at the three highs, and this is the construct level on the scores, the three highs are in blue, the three lows are in Aggie red. Oop, I said that out loud. The three lows are pay, benefits, and employee development. The highs are work group, strategic, and workplace. So again, those are fairly consistent for you all. And I do have to mention, even your low scores of benefits and employee development are some agencies' high scores. Again, it doesn't mean that there's not room for improvement, but it does mean that that's a strong performing organization. To look at how it compared over time, you went up in everything over time with the exception of supervision. The caveat there is it usually takes an 8 to 10 point difference to be statistically significant. So that 6 is kind of random noise or just general information. But you definitely went up in workplace. Nice new building. I didn't realize that till just now. It did go up the highest. Work group went up, employee development. So it's all positive in that line. We do look at the climate as well, and that looks at things a little differently. One of the things that came through with 1 out of 5 is people want more opportunities to provide feedback to supervision. That's a fairly common one. We can talk about that in a second. About 10%, 1 out of 10 are not sure if the survey gets used. That's part of the role of the organization to keep promoting that. Me coming to present to this group certainly is a test to that getting used. Upper and management communication, that's a great percentage. Workplace harassment's a great percentage. We like all those bottom ones. Fair treatment and ethics, we like that all to be below or right out of 5, and so they met that benchmark as well. When we look at the items that play into those different constructs, and these are the high ones, it is a very good score to see that people cooperate to get the job done. This is really important to me. They share my opinions and ideas. You want people to be able to share their opinions and ideas. That's a very high score. When you look at strategic, people have a good understanding of the mission, vision, and strategic plan. Again, that really speaks to leadership, that strong leadership chain pushing down into employee engagement. And then the workplace is well maintained. That's one of the high ones as well. On the lower side, again, these are the benefits. Those are high scores. Competitiveness of benefits is one thing. Employee development is training, making training available to do my better job. That's on the lower side of that. It's still a high score, but on the lower side. And then the pay, we don't have the benchmarks done, but we will return benchmarks for all state agencies, including additional size and mission and what have you. 277 is probably a pretty good pay score, and it comes from employees. The lower score on that is my pay keeps pace with the cost of living. That's been really hard in particularly Austin, right? We all go to HEB HEB, or those of us from Austin go to HEB, and things have gotten a lot more expensive. So that is kind of a reflection of the economic situation. It's always good. You did a successful job at engaging the employees. You're now looking and reviewing the data. You have staff reviewing the data, which is excellent. It's time to share that data. That's what we're doing now. I believe I'm coming back to talk to staff too, and later this month, to share the data. And then it's time to do some planning and some action items to be able to, you can go to you can pay a lot of money for a gym, you can pay a lot of money for a personal trainer, you can pay a lot of money for a workout plan, but if you don't go to the gym, don't expect differences. And the same thing this. So it doesn't have to be a full-time activity, but you need to do something. And you all traditionally have done something. I think that these 3 items are of interest. Again, they're high-end items, and if you look at the number of people that disagree, it's really only a fraction of people. But I bring this up because trust is one of the largest factors that we see as most important for organizational effectiveness. I think intuitively everybody knows that. We have to trust the people we work with. If we trust the people we work with, we perform higher. So that's always something of interest. Part of that trust is showing that 40% of employees that aren't sure that this information is going to be used to help show that is going to be used. And one of the interventions, and we've done that for you all in the past, is giving people the opportunity to provide some feedback to supervision is always a good way to engage population as well. We work with organizations for focus groups and interviews and action planning and leadership surveys, pulse surveys, customer surveys. We have illustrations and examples and templates for that. Be happy to share those. Be happy to work with you. Something you all want to do. But overall, I think you all can feel really positive about the direction the organization is doing. I know, having a daughter who's now going to be her last semester of nursing school, I'm very happy to have a state board, which is so high performing, run the profession that she is going to be in. So if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to. If not, I will let you be. Yes.
So is she at Texas Tech in Lubbock? All right.
I know. I got to get you. Why? Are you Texas Tech? Yeah.
Because Tech is everywhere now, but I'm like, is she in Lubbock?
Yeah. So I do this and she does that, I think, or some kind of nonsense. So yeah.
Good.
She loves Lubbock.
It's good.
Yeah, she
It's
loves
good
Lubbock.
We have no trees and no water, but we're good people.
So when her first year there, she's a freshman. She takes a picture of her phone. It's the weather, and it says dust. And she said, "Is dust weather?"
They just kind of roll in like New Mexico goes over. I said, I was on an airplane and I hear this little squeaky voice behind me. This little guy goes, "Daddy," we were landing in Lubbock. "Daddy, where trees go?" And he goes, "They don't have them here." And he goes, "Well, why not?" So.
Y'all are making that sound very nice.
Yeah, I know, but it's still a good.
So yes, I've got a Red Raider in the family.
Yes. Well, Mahomes, you have to follow that.
Very true.
This is exciting. This is really good to see this, because I think we as a board feel that.
Good.
We pop in and out, but we see the product. So it's great to see it on paper.
Good.
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
Did we get that?
Want to make sure it's recorded.
Get it.
Oh.
Dr. Landon, we all like affirmation, so we need to hear a little bit more about how great, these numbers are when compared to everybody else.
It is curious. Did you guys do incentives to employees to complete the surveys? Because, we're darn near giving away free cars to get people to finish to complete the surveys. Oh, you get entered for a door prize. Oh, you get a, DoorDash or whatever. And y'all didn't. Y'all just said, here, do this. Mm-hmm. Wow.
An extra email in your inbox. Is that it?
Well, it really speaks to organizational culture, right? For an example, one of your, I don't know where their headquarters is, East Austin, TxDOT had like an 80% response rate. TxDOT, and they have 10,000 employees in the field, but they're part of their culture is giving input. Then we have other state agencies, not so much.
Was this? Could they access from their cell phone, or how was it conducted?
It's electronic. They can click on a link. They can't take it on your cell phone. It's a little tedious because of the number of items, but it is possible.
So a couple of things. The supervision, that one little thing that was that brown that just went. I didn't quite understand.
Oops.
How is that question worded, or what is the meaning?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what.
Get to the right one.
I think it's
go up.
Was it on this climate one?
No.
No. Oh, the next one up from that.
Oh, this one, the change over time.
One more.
Thing.
Oh, that one.
The construct.
It just means again, when you have scores that are performing above a 375 to a 425, you're going to get some flux. I think that 6 is, and we could run the statistics on it. Usually, you got to have 8 to 10 points before it's statistically a difference.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think is that's just a little noise.
But I'm just wondering, like, what is that supervision of?
So there's a series of 3-4 supervision questions, and I don't have those right in front of me, that ask them whether or not they feel like they're treated fairly, whether or not they have an opportunity to communicate, talk, whether or not they're have clear expectations.
And remind me, like, how often do we do this?
Every 2 years, it coincides with the state strategic plan.
Okay. I'm just wondering, we've had a lot of changes this year of staff.
Yeah.
Just mobility changes and all, and so I just wondered, so in a couple of years, we can look at that and
And you get another analysis that you don't have yet because we're getting benchmarks, and that is, this is the first time we asked do you telework or remote work? Most of the time, some of the time, all the time, remote, 4 different quadrants, right? And so we're doing a special set of reports on the state specifically on that topic. We didn't return it yet because we want to get the benchmark data in so we have some comparisons to give it to you, because otherwise we wouldn't know. There's also going to be we're working with ERS and their well-being person to do a well-being study as well that's going to be done. So you're going to get 2 more add-ons to this report.
I mean, what's ERS?
The Employee Retirement System. Yeah.
Questions that have already been asked or new?
Questions that have already been asked. It's a different cut of the data.
so employee development, would that be seen as on the job, off the job? Is that brought down, or like education, that's provided here, or going to conferences? I mean, does that?
Yeah, kind of all of the above. One is it looks at career development, whether or not you feel like you have a career, and then do you have training that helps you grow in your professional life and then also your personal life.
Okay.
Do we pay for this?
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is to University of Texas.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the state contracts with that, or it comes out of us? It's out of our budget, or
It's
is
out of
it
your
a
budget.
state?
The Board of Nursing.
Yeah.
You're sending my daughter to
Yeah.
nursing school.
Well, I think the results are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I live for that. That's part of my job.
Mm-hmm.
Physician engagement, employee
Do
engagement.
you give gift cards?
We do a lot of engagement
Oh, my Lord.
activities to get to increase the participation.
Because it really does correlate with the results and outcomes. Yeah, it really does.
Wonderful.
Well, I think this is great. When Chris mentioned to me about this and to have it for the board, I think it is really great. But just to have it for the employees, I don't remember. Have we done this before?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, I slept since then. Okay.
We had a couple-year hiatus.
Yeah, COVID.
Oh.
You've done the survey every 2 years consistently, but no, I didn't come during COVID, and maybe I did electronically. I don't remember. Some I did, some I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, you set the bar high.
Mm-hmm. It's really good. And when was it done?
It ended last year, so I think in November and December.
Okay.
I think maybe December.
Well, I appreciate you sharing too, kind of what you see across the state and the different agencies and all. So that is good. So I was glad to hear, not this, but glad to hear that nursing was still the #1 trusted profession. We've had a couple of rough times, COVID, and didn't know how it would continue or if we would still stay at the top. Because nursing has kind of struggled and we're having a shortage and
that really speaks to that chain, right? You have a strong performing organization, strong employees, strong leadership. You're going to have strong outcomes for customers. You're going to increase public trust.
Well, I think because we just show, I don't, what are the hits on the number of searches or when we are contacted? I can't remember that slide about how many phone calls we get or per month. You know, it's thousands, hundred thousands of contacts to the board. You know, per month. So we're definitely visual and out there. So, any other questions or anything? This isn't a voting item. This was just an information item. Well, I'm sorry we ran late for you today.
No worries.
So, we've had it's been a long day. So thank you for that.
All right. Well, thank you.
Well, board members, we just have a few more things to do for today and then be here bright and early in the morning. And that is 3.2.14. Which is PN results and results. I think, was that Dr. Hooper? Or is that?
The PN is.
Wait, Beverly? Beverly?
Yes.
PN.
Yes, and Dr. Hooper wants to say something before I start.
Okay.
Yep, it's me again, sorry. So this won't be contentious. Every year, of course, we're always eager to know what the pass rate is, and we now do them both for the calendar year. So at the end of December, we wait until the 20th day of January, and Jackie Ballesteros, our lifesaver, pulls down all the reports for every program and all the test takers in those programs and puts them into individual files. And then at that point, we know we can start working on the NCLEX report. So Beverly usually does the VN and I do the RN. And that's a big help to have somebody do one of them. But we get the report ready and kind of double check to make sure that the numbers match other places on the NCSBN web page where they also show the NCLEX reports. And then we send out the reports to each program online with a letter telling them that here is a draft of their NCLEX for the year, and please go over the student names to make sure there are no errors. Errors occur because students put down the wrong NCLEX code on their NCLEX application, and then they get accounted to the wrong school. And immediately when those things start going out, replies start coming back because the programs are very, very invested in their pass rate. And they send us names, you know, this student, I don't know the student, they're not our student, etc. So Beverly and I go in to NCSBN and we're able to research enough to kind of tell a little bit about who this student is. If there's somebody from another state, then we may, and they've never tested in Texas, then we have to write NCSBN and ask them to help us find out why this name is there. And we just don't take names off or put names on. We wait until we have proof that that is not their student. Some have said, that's not my student, and I go back and find out, oh, well, that is your student. They graduated 10 years ago, and they're still around. So then we give them until March 1st or something to send us any comments back. And then we redo and correct all the errors. And then that's the report that you see at that point. So I'm going to report on the RN, and Beverly's going to report to you on the VN for last year.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hooper. This report provides the final 2023 NCLEX PN examination pass rates of first-time test takers from all vocational nursing programs in Texas. And these pass rates are based on the NCLEX results from January 1st of 2023 to December 31st of 2023. The overall 2023 pass rate for Texas programs is 92.92%. Phenomenal, right?
It is.
Okay. So there was 3,433 that took the exam for the first time and 3,190 passed. So Texas programs are over 6% higher than the national average. 59 VN education programs in Texas had a 90% or higher pass rate. 17 of the 59 scored 100%. These programs are recognized with commendations and designated with an asterisk in the written report. 6 VN programs will be required to submit an SSR, or the self-study report we call it, for a pass rate below 80%. So in summary, the NCLEX PN pass rate for Texas programs has been consistently well above the national average for many years. So this is a really nice report to give. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
And I'll go on with the RN report. And I'm sure you noticed on your board report that at the bottom of the first page, it shows the averages for past 5 years for Texas and for national. And you can see how well we are doing against the national pass rate. And you will also see that we're up this year from the past couple of years. And this is probably due to COVID and all that went on with that. There were 15,127 candidates who took the exam in Texas from Texas programs, with 13,788 passing with a 91.15%. That's the best pass rate we've had since 2019. Candidates have increased each year until 22, but they increased again for 23. 17 of the RN programs had 100%. That is way beyond good for the RN programs. And I can tell you, and Chris will tell you, the RN exam is a little harder than the VN exam, so it's more complicated. 83 of the RN programs had a pass rate over 90%, also highly unusual. 2 programs will be required to write a self-study. Last year, we had 26 self-studies to read between the RN and the VN programs. So it's much better this year overall. Nationally, there were over 186,000 candidates with a national pass rate of 88.56, and that was higher than the previous 4 years. Texas, Florida, and California are the 3 largest producers of new graduates. The associate degree program had an overall pass rate for the year of 90.71, and the BSN programs had an overall pass rate of 98.41. There are 2 master's entry-level programs. This is kind of a new thing. And between them, they had 95.71. One school, if you look at the different pass rates, had just started an MSN entry program. They also have a BSN. Their MSN entry, which is a much faster pace, had a higher pass rate than the BSN program. So those programs are being really fairly successful. So if you have any questions, please ask. We get a lot of concern around the end of December. They're wanting us to tell what the pass rate is, and we're like, no, hold on. And when we send them, some of them are naughty, and they let that information out to the press, or they brag about it, and it's not firm yet. So it's not firm until you see it, and now it's real. I think the pass rate was so good this year for both. It's because in our state, we really started encouraging programs several years ago to start preparing students for clinical thinking and clinical decision making. And I think they did it. So, hats off to the programs.
I just thought, I was worried that the next gen, I just was like, oh, everybody's going to be in the 80s. And it didn't happen. I mean, for it to be better. But, you know, National Council did a lot to help people.
So much.
You know, just really a lot of resources. And still, they're still sending them out.
Yes. I was in a meeting a few years ago, and the NCLEX group were trying to decide whether to try to teach everybody how to do this or to use the vendors or what to do. It was a huge task. I really wasn't so in favor of the vendors, but that's what they did. They brought the vendors in and taught them the NGN and taught them how to teach it to students. And so that has helped a lot, that we've had these experts in helping programs develop packages to help programs teach toward making clinical judgments. I don't know what you, who are faculty, what your thoughts are about all of this.
You know what, to add on to the vendor thing is so I can say for ATI, it's the item type, because in Blackboard, you can't build like the bow tie. You can't build those item types. So as adjunct faculty, we didn't want students to see those item types for the first time on their NCLEX.
No.
So we had to bring in those ATIs that built out the item type so that the students could actually see those types of questions, how they look. So I think that was really instrumental.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that. And also with those vendors, they also allow you to use their programming to build your own NGN style questions as well, which you can't do in Blackboard.
Right.
When they first came out with their products, especially having webinars or things like that, I did go in, I went to some because I wanted to see what they were doing. And I was impressed that they were following what they learned at NCSBN.
But I would also say care plans are better.
You'd
They
say
are.
what?
Care plans are better
Oh.
They are better.
at
You're
teaching
right.
you
You're right.
because you follow through with the process. And I think if you can do good care plans and the students
Because
can,
you're making judgments.
correct. And using, I still use nursing diagnoses.
Very good point.
You still use what?
I still use nursing diagnoses. So I know that with the
Can
clinical.
I quote you?
Sure, absolutely, absolutely.
My big takeaway of the report is Galen College has 1 million students. My gosh, that's huge.
HCA.
Those people, I don't know. I don't know about them.
Is Galen is that the Tennessee? Are they Tennessee or Kentucky? That one of
It's still good.
who?
HCA.
Well, that's
Okay.
he's 100.
Thank you for those reports. And so we have just one thing. The other stuff we'll do tomorrow. But so this is the time of year where we're going to do 9.4, which means executive director and board evaluations will be done and ready for us for our July meeting. So that means Survey Monkey link will come out from Miss Patricia in June.
June 7th through the 21st will be the time period.
Okay, and don't be like me, doing it the 7th through the what? 21st? Is that what you said? I'm usually doing it like at 11 o'clock at night on the 21st or whatever, because I'm like gonna do it. So it does take a little bit of while, and we look at it, and we talked about last year about changing some of the things, so some of the choices would be more applicable. And then Chris will be sending in her evaluation of herself for us to look at when we're doing ours. Yes. That's a new job for you, among many. So just a heads up. Remember, that'll be coming in June and when it comes. So, and Patricia's good to remind us. So, tomorrow morning, we will be starting at 9, and we will have Dr. Rufus will be giving us our audit information for our information systems. And after that, we have our vendor selection for internal auditing. And we've got the executive session. No vote, it's just information, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then we have our own Carol doing a presentation for us on her, was this your?
My capstone from Harvard.
Oh, her capstone from Harvard, graduating. And what was that degree called?
It's a Master of Science in Bioethics, the medical school.
At the medical school. It wasn't in nursing. So that will be our day, and we should be finished by like around noon. So any other questions or anything? Thank you for being engaged and being part of this, and it is 4:54 and we're adjourned.